aid, far above the usual annual $3.8 billion, making it the highest U.S. support level ever. The report compiled by Brown University's Cost of War project shows how U.S. strikes in Iran, Yemen, and Iraq added to the bill, contradicting promises to reduce foreign interventions. Analysts warn that the aid has fueled anti-American sentiment and raised questions about whether such spending serves U.S. interests. Public opinion has also shifted with growing opposition to further aid for Israel. The piece underscores the tension between financial cost, moral responsibility, and America's strategic choices in the Middle East. Foreign policy reflects on how early decisions by Israel, Hamas, and the United States shaped the devastating course of the Gaza war. The analysis imagines an alternate path where Israel pursued a limited operation, prioritizing hostage recovery, and continued peace talks with Saudi Arabia. Instead, driven by rage and political pressures, Israel launched an expansive war that has killed over 66,000 Palestinians and eroded its global standing. The piece argues that U.S. President Biden's early embrace, President Biden's early embrace of Israel meant to signal support backfired, giving Israel a free hand and straining Washington's influence. As Donald Trump promotes a new peace plan, the analysis concludes that while a new path may emerge, Palestinian justice and self-determination remain largely underaddressed, leaving the region's future uncertain. International media marked the second anniversary of the October 7th attacks, with many focusing on President Trump's peace plan and the current negotiations in Egypt. The Telegraph spotlights the tense showdown in Sharm el-Sheikh between Ron Dermer, Netanyahu's trusted strategist, and Khalil al-Hayya, Hamas's lead negotiator, who has survived multiple Israeli assassination attempts. They meet under Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan. Dermer, described as Bibi's brain, uses his close ties to Trump's team to shape Israel's position, while Hayya faces immense pressure after losing much of his family to war. The piece also portrays a negotiation balancing politics, power, and human cost, where Israel's determination, Hamas's desperation, and Trump's ambitions converge in what could be the decisive moment of the Gaza conflict. Owen Jones delivers a fierce critique of Britain's eroding right to protest, arguing that Labour's proposed restrictions on demonstrations transform dissent from a right into a privilege. Using the government's reaction to an anti-Semitic attack as a pretext, he claims officials are silencing pro-Palestinian activism and conflating criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. Jones warns that criminalizing peaceful protests, such as proscribing group Palestine action and arresting thousands, threatens democracy itself. He situates the crackdown within a broader global trend, comparing it to U.S. efforts to suppress similar movements. The piece ends with a stark warning: if these powers fall into the hands of future hard right leaders, Britain could face a deepening authoritarian drift and loss of fundamental freedoms. And we'll end with the French media, where the headlines were mostly focused on France's political crisis after Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu's resignation yesterday. Le Monde examines the political fallout as a result, which has thrown France into renewed instability. The in-depth explainer outlines 6 key questions: who governs during the caretaker period, how Emmanuel Macron might choose a new prime minister, and whether snap elections or even Macron's own resignation could follow. The piece explains that a caretaker government can manage only routine matters, leaving the 2026 budget in limbo until a new cabinet forms. Potential successors span the political spectrum, but Macron faces an uphill battle to rebuild consensus amid a fractured Assemblée Nationale. The analysis concludes that while France's institutions ensure continuity, Le Cornu's departure deepens political uncertainty and public fatigue ahead of critical budget and electoral challenges. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News. The Ministry of Finance has issued its pre-budget statement offering fresh data and insights as to the health and the direction of the Saudi economy. Well, the statement projects a deficit of 3.3% of GDP for the fiscal year 2026. This as a result of the government's continued adoption of expansionary and transformative spending policies. But at the same time, preliminary estimates point to real GDP growth of 4.6% in 2026, boosted by an uptick in non-oil activities. Well, the projection for 2025 was set at 4.4%. Well, this puts Saudi Arabia well ahead of the IMF's 3.1% projection for the global economy. Well, we're joined now by Naif Al-Ghaith, who is the chief economist at Riyad Bank. Naif, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure seeing you on the programme. Before we look ahead to 2026, let's stay in 2025. GDP expected to register growth of about 4.4%. I mean, very respectable by global standards. Can you just put that number into context for us?
Thank you very much, Tom, for having me. It's indeed the growth of Saudi Arabia for this year is quite staggering. It has been maintained this healthy growth, especially in the non-oil. We have been seeing the non-oil growing at 4.5% to 5%. So we're expecting this trend to continue, not only 25 and also going forward. For the oil economy, it's picking up. We see the production is right now reaching 10 million barrel a day. That has helped also the oil GDP. So right now we're expecting well above 4% for the 2025. As you mentioned, also this is ahead of the global growth and also ahead of the expected growth that was produced by the IMF.
OK, so that's a good note to start on. Another good piece of news, I'd love to get your analysis on this. Unemployment's down to about 6.8% in Saudi Arabia. Do you think that could fall further?
Well, as you know, that the target for the unemployment was 7%, and now it has been for the Vision 2030 now has been revised to be 5%. So the aim is to fall further. It is challenging. It's not easy. Why it's not easy? Because we have so many challenges. The more you grow, in terms of population and also in terms of labor force, will be also growing. We are a young nation. That means so many graduates are coming into the labor market. To be able to reduce this number is not easy. The good news, we have been seeing the numbers. They are very promising. We get well up below the 7%. Not only this, also when we look at the PMI of Riyad Bank for the employment, we have seen an increased number of unemployment. So they are expanding in terms of employment. Now we need just to expand above the labor force, meaning that would reduce the unemployment to be well below the 6.8.
OK, inflation's looking stable, isn't it? 2.3%. There are, though, some rising global inflationary pressures, aren't there? Do you think they're going to be able to maintain that level?
I think we will be also to get way below 2.3. Right now, we just get a new regulation for rent. Rent has been the major component of inflation in Saudi Arabia. Right now, with the new basket, the weight of rent is almost 20%. Just imagine this 20% weight will be heavily reduced. Right now, we have a regulation to freeze the rent for corporate and also retail for the next 5 years. So the expectation to be well below 2%, not 2.3.
Okay, and obviously this GDP growth forecast for 2026 that's been put out there, 4.6%. I mean, that's strong, isn't it? It's better than 2025. What's driving that?
There are two things. Right now, we have the non-oil economy. It's going to be growing more than 4.5. It's expected to be around 5%. And now the non-oil economy is almost 50% of the economy. Also, we have the oil economy. So there are two drives moving the GDP of Saudi Arabia. The oil economy is picking up in terms of production, and that has an impact on the real GDP. And also the other thing is the non-oil GDP, which will be growing above the 4.5 to 6 to 5%. And that also will contribute to the growth of the overall GDP.
Okay, and just lastly, in the pre-budget statement for 2026, Saudi Arabia is projecting $350 billion in spending, but $305 billion in revenue. So there's an obvious deficit there, about 3.3% of GDP. How's the government planning to finance that?
Sure. As you rightly mentioned, revenues in Saudi Arabia have 1 trillion.147, and then we'll also have the spending is 1.3 trillion Saudi riyal. That would result in 165 of deficit, which the expectation to be financed through debt. Debt could be through issuance sukuk or bonds or direct lending. And this is what we have been seeing in the trend before. The year before and the year before that. So the expectation to maintain a healthy economy with a healthy foreign reserve will continue to issue debt going forward.
Okay, well, we really appreciate your analysis as ever. Thank you very much indeed, Naif Al-Ghaith, Chief Economist at Riyadh Bank. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, looking ahead to the 2026 budget and getting a bit more context on that, given global and regional economic conditions, what sort of growth in non-oil activities is achievable? Well, to answer that and more, we can speak now to Cornelia Maya, who's an economist and the CEO of Maya Resources. Cornelia, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Arabiya English. I just want to start by asking you, I mean, we were just talking there about the growth forecast for 2026, 4.6% GDP growth forecast. I mean, sounds great. What are your thoughts? What do you think's driving it?
My thoughts that what's driving it, thank you very much for having me, is the growth in the non-oil economy. We now have well above 50% of the economy, 55.6% to be precise, this year in non-oil economy, expected to grow next year by 5%, whereas the rest of the economy is expected to grow, as you said, by 4.6%. So that is really very important because that's where the employment is. And if you employ people, they will then consume, and that will help GDP to grow.
Okay, now in the pre-budget statement for the fiscal year 2026, the Finance Ministry forecasts a deficit of 3.3% of GDP. First of all, I mean, deficit always sounds slightly alarming, but do you think there's anything to worry about here?
No, I think there's nothing to worry about. I mean, it's still, if I look at the GDP, it's 3.3% of GDP, so that's not that much. And if I look at the total public debt to GDP of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's around 30%. So in the globe, look at the US, look at Japan, look at European countries. In the global context, it's a very low leverage, and there's plenty of debt capacity.
Okay, so clearly nothing to worry about there in your opinion. How does the government, do you think, plan to finance it?
Well, it will finance it with debt. It will finance it with sukuks, with bonds, with direct loans, as they have done over the last few years. We had debt over the last few years, and we projected to have debt until about 2028, 2029. Next year is the highest level, and then they're projecting it to go down. And they're also achieving the going down in the debt by becoming fiscally more conservative on some of the giga projects.
Okay, so I mean, when you look at what the price of oil has done in the last few months, and you also take into account spending, especially on expansionary and transformative projects, I mean, none of this should be at all surprising, should it?
No, it's not surprising. And if I look at the price of oil, yes, it's down between 7 and 10%, depending on the day, since January. But you also the kingdom is also producing more than 300,000 barrels a day more a year, because they have the OPEC Plus has sort of opened the taps. The 2.2 million first tranche of voluntary cuts has been totally unleashed onto the market. And they're unleashing the second tranche of voluntary cuts now. So you know, the revenue is not just the price of the oil. The revenue is price times volume, and volume has gone up.
We were just speaking there to the chief economist of Riyadh Bank, who painted a pretty rosy picture of the Saudi economy, unemployment, inflation. All the other major indices seem to be pretty positive. I mean, would you share that general assessment?
I would share that general assessment, especially going out with, look, I think tourism is a sector really to watch. Let's not forget, we have 2030, we have the World Expo in the kingdom, and 2034, we have the FIFA World Cup. So there will be loads of hotels built, loads of, restaurants built and so on. So yes, I would certainly still 2034, I would see it growing. In terms of inflation, they're doing better. The kingdom is doing better than many other countries. However, with tariffs, with the unhinging of global supply chains, also the kingdom will have to feel some of the inflation. They're in a really good spot.
Okay, so you're already looking beyond 2026, which is great, because, of course, we're always looking towards Vision 2030 year, which is, of course, 4 years away. And if anything, I mean, all of this, just to sum up the conversation, really, Cornelia, just shows that given fluctuation in global oil prices, the logic behind diversifying away from oil is all the more apparent, isn't it?
Oh, it's totally apparent. And let us also not forget, 70% of the population in the kingdom is below 30 years old. So there's a lot of people who will need a lot of jobs. They're coming out of universities, out of schools, and they will need jobs. And the oil and gas industry, as well as petrochemicals, are not labor-intensive industries. So it's important to have manufacturing, to have tourism, and to do all of these things to provide a perspective and a future for that bright young generation.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and really appreciate all your insights. Cornelia Meyer, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, staying with the 2026 budget, we're joined now by Edward Bell, who's Head of Research at Emirates NBD Bank. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Edward. What are your thoughts with regards to the 2026 budget? I mean, a small deficit, but as we were just saying there with our previous guest, not really surprising in the context of current oil prices and current expansionary and transformative spending policies.
No, we don't think it's a very surprising idea that Saudi is going to be running a fiscal deficit for next year, and indeed for the next couple of years, as the government carries out, as you say, quite a lot of transformative investment into the economy to help support transformation of Saudi's economy and achieve some of the Vision 2030 goals. I think when we were looking at it, we looked through the breakdown of the numbers. the expectation that we're going to have these deficits sort of in the 2.5% to 3% of GDP range, we actually think they're probably going to be a little bit wider than those numbers. That was a similar kind of projection that was planned for 2025 when we had the similar pre-budget statement released around this time last year. And we thought that the revenue projections were a little bit too high, and we were expecting a wider fiscal deficit. And that's more or less come out with what the estimate from the Ministry of Finance has on for 2025 in the statement that was released this week.
Okay, and just looking at some of the other key metrics that have been announced by the Ministry of Finance in Riyadh, growth expected to continue. Way above global averages, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that speaks to quite a couple of positive factors for the Saudi economy, and the projection for next year is very much, I think, on trend with what we've seen in the non-oil economy, which has been growing by just a little bit shy of 5% for the last couple of quarters, and it really growing across multiple sectors as well. Construction, obviously, a big part of that, but investment into infrastructure and other sectors, tourism, travel and logistics, all those seeing a boost in Saudi's economy. We expect that kind of performance to be maintained, that sort of 4.5% to about 5% non-oil growth. I think for 2026, one of the big benefits is going to be that as OPEC Plus is unwinding their restraint on output, the oil side of the Saudi economy, which is a smaller part of it than it was, a decade ago or even 5 years ago, is still going to be contributing positively to growth in 2026.
And another key metrics, and we haven't really talked about this yet with our guests today, Saudi Arabia's ratio of public debt to GDP. Still pretty low, isn't it?
Yeah, you got to think for an economy in the G20 that's as large as Saudi Arabia's is, over $1 trillion US, estimates from the National Debt Management Center in Saudi, just the low 30% of GDP range for public debt. So that's a very low number. And I think it speaks to the fact that, we have seen Saudi go out and be, frankly, very transparent with its borrowing plans. And that was outlined in the budget as well, that it intends to continue to use international markets, local real markets, as well as actually some more innovative forms of financing, perhaps some direct project financing, or using export credit agencies for some of the project spending. But the starting point for the debt remains quite low. And when Saudi has gone out to tap international markets for bonds, they've been very well received by investors, very strong coverage ratios, and being able to price inside of initial guidance on most of the bonds that have come out from the kingdom.
Right, so you're echoing what our previous guests have said, which is that when it comes to financing that deficit, there aren't going to be any particular issues, are there?
Yeah, we see quite a lot of flexibility. We've had some other comments about opening up the local debt markets a bit more into 2026, and I think that would be encouraging. We will be mindful of liquidity in the Saudi economy, though. That has been relatively tight compared with some of the other markets like the UAE, for instance. So we want to make sure that the government is not crowding out private sector borrowing. So there could need to be some intervention from the Saudi central bank to make sure that liquidity is functioning properly. But I think really, what we're seeing is a reflection of strong economic conditions in the kingdom, good money supply growth that should help to alleviate some of those liquidity issues.
Okay, at the start of the show, we were talking about sort of the overall health of the Saudi economy with the chief economist of Riyadh Bank. When we looked at unemployment, inflation, GDP growth, all the obvious indicators are pretty upbeat. Is there anything out there that strikes you or maybe something we should be mindful of?
Yeah, certainly, inflation has been pretty accommodative, and I think that's chiming with what looks like still a good consumer profile in Saudi Arabia. When we track consumption spending in the kingdom, it looks like it was up about 10% year on year in the first half of 2025, so a pretty healthy pace of growth. PMI numbers have actually been really resilient this year, very strong. And as you mentioned, the inflation rate has been quite accommodative. And if we stripped out, for instance, housing in Riyadh, then price pressures across the rest of the kingdom would be relatively muted. I think what we're watching out for more of a turnaround is the FDI flows. Yes, they have been positive. I think the numbers we had for the second quarter were helped by a sharp drop in outbound FDI, so money from Saudi going to other markets. That dropped quite a lot. So that helped to see a rise in headline FDI volumes. but really we're still falling short of some of the government's targets there. So we'd like to see more of that investment coming into the kingdom to take some of the burden off the public sector in terms of supporting growth.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed, Edward Bell, Head of Research at Emirates NBD. Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Hisham Mehana, who is a spokesperson for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Gaza. He joins us from Deir al-Balah, which is halfway between the cities of Khan Yunis and Gaza City. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, Hisham. We're being told that the ICRC is ready to act as a neutral humanitarian intermediary to help bring Israeli hostages home, also facilitate the release of Palestinian detainees being held by Israel. What role do you envisage? How do you do that?
Hello, Tom, and thank you for having me. Our role is basically a neutral humanitarian intermediary. We have practiced this role many times throughout our work in Israel and the occupied territories since 1967. And only during this conflict, twice, during the first and the second ceasefire, the entire world watched our work, our dedication. We have always since day one reiterated our call for the full unconditional release of all the hostages in a dignified manner. Now, there's ongoing negotiations. We don't take part in any negotiations. Once parties to the conflict realize an agreement, announce it, provide all the necessary guarantees, we stand more than ready to start facilitating the implementation of this agreement according to the humanitarian principles. So hopefully we will witness and hear about such good news that is awaited by millions in the region, and especially for the families of the hostages, for the families also of the Palestinian detainees in Gaza and the West Bank, and for the plus 2 million people in Gaza who are waiting for this horrifying daily routine to just come to an end.
So clearly an extremely complex role for the ICRC to play, and one you, as you say, you've already played before. Do you envisage this happening gradually over a period of days, or would you imagine that those 20, we think, living hostages be released all at once? How do you see this happening?
I don't have the information yet. Hopefully it will happen, and what we care about is that, first of all, it happens anytime soon, and it happens in a dignified manner. We stand more than ready to start immediately. We are ready to start now. We're just waiting for this agreement to be announced. And hopefully this time it will also include ending this war once and for all, because the level of suffering we have witnessed over the past 2 years, and tomorrow marks the second mark of this conflict. It has to come to an end once and for all.
What's your hunch? How far off are we from the beginning of the release of the hostages? Could it happen this week?
If it happens this week, we will be happy. If it happens tomorrow, we will be happier, because we believe that this is the key for ending this nightmare. We want to reunite families together. We want to bring the hostages, both dead and alive, back to their families, to be reunited with and to be buried in a dignified manner. The same thing we want for the Palestinian detainees, who we haven't been able to visit since October 23. We haven't been able to visit them and to assess their conditions of detention and bring family news to their families. We also would like to witness family reunification, but also what's even more importantly is to consider the fact that there's urgent need for immediate aid to enter Gaza, to enter unimpededly and to be in a sustainable fashion, with safety and security for our teams to bring it for those who are in need. We managed to bring in aid today into Gaza City after less than 1 week of temporarily suspending work from Gaza City office because of the intensification of the military operations. Like life-saving medical supplies, equipment, and personnel were moved from southern Gaza into Gaza City after many days. The fighting is still ongoing. There are still civilians who are being killed and injured on a daily basis, and this should come to an end anytime soon.
Right. I mean, obviously, to facilitate the hostage release, the bombing has to stop. President Trump has ordered that the bombing stop, but that hasn't happened, has it?
unfortunately, we can still hear sounds of explosions, and we still hear news of killing, of civilians being killed, and this forced displacement is still ongoing. So technically, nothing has changed. But what I can assure you that everyone in Gaza now is hopeful to hear about this news, including the ICRC team, including the ICRC family of their staff, and everyone. And I'm sure that also this is a very much anticipated news by the families of the hostages.
Have you got any information as to how many hostages we're talking about here? Because we're told there are 20 living hostages, 28 deceased. Is that the same tally you have?
I cannot confirm such information because we have an ongoing bilateral dialogue with parties to the conflict, with both Israel and Hamas at the top ICRC level, and in Tel Aviv, and Cairo, and Geneva, and Qatar, and other countries, because we want to maintain this engagement directly with both Israel and Hamas, with the mediators and the countries who have the influence and effort. This is the same that we have been doing for almost 2 years now, and hopefully this would come with a positive outcome.
Okay, let's talk a bit more about the humanitarian situation across Gaza. As you were saying a moment ago, you had to suspend operations in Gaza City last week. Just tell us how much of a presence you have elsewhere in the Gaza Strip and what your main focuses of activity are.
The last time I was in Gaza City was last week. A few days before, we had to temporarily suspend operations from our office there. And what we could hear day and night is massive explosions that could shake our building. And these detonations or these explosions took place kilometers away from our office. And the dust the gunpowder would cover the area, that sometimes we had to wear masks. So I cannot possibly imagine how that would be for the civilians in the surrounding of these explosions and this fighting. Civilians we have been speaking to and talking to, including medical staff who are working from hospitals that are striving to continue saving lives, for civilians who are displaced in shelter and camps that we are trying to support. They cannot move. They cannot move because they cannot afford the transportation costs, and because they don't have any shelter in southern Gaza. Southern Gaza is also catastrophic because the majority of the population are concentrated in a very ever-shrinking space without the bare minimum access to essential services, no clean water, sewage are covering all the streets and sidewalks where people are actually displaced, and they have even no shelter items. They don't have tents. We're approaching another winter. And so far, there has been no preparation of winterization. There's no new tents. There's no even heavy clothes for the vulnerable, including the children. And people are still recovering from an acute food crisis, given the ease of restrictions that we have witnessed in the last few weeks and months. Our field hospital in Rafah, which is the only fully operational field hospital in that area, continues to deal with casualties that pour in from there. So in total and in general, Gaza, the situation in Gaza has not changed. It continues to be dire, continues to be bloody, unfortunately, and there's still hope that must be taken in consideration for all the decision makers.
In terms of, you paint a bleak picture about the food and water security situation for the average person in Gaza today. What sort of a percentage of what they need are they actually getting when it comes to nutrition and hydration?
Has been never enough. And this is the main challenge that we have been facing, besides the direct security threats to our teams and premises. It's that it's never enough. As long as there's hostilities, as long as there's destruction, as long as there's forced displacement, there will be more needs to meet. And given there is these still ongoing restrictions on the entry of aid, if we take out the period of the ceasefire, which witnessed an intensification of the entry of humanitarian aid, it was never enough to meet the needs of over 2 million people living in constant displacement without the proper, safe access to essential services. So people cannot cope to live like this. It's not as they were destined to live like this. They are entitled to live with dignity. They are entitled to receive humanitarian aid safely and with dignity under the international humanitarian law.
Israel and officials in Israel tell us often on this channel that all the reports about famine in Gaza are, to all intents and purposes, fake news. What do you say to that?
The ICRC is not an organization that is experienced in a declaration of famine, but the IPC report that came out recently, just less than a month ago, must have been treated seriously and should pave the way forward towards ending this crisis. There is a food crisis in Gaza. There are people who are struggling with acute malnutrition. We have received patients in our own field hospital in Rafah that have shown syndrome of such, including a pregnant woman, including newborns and children. It cannot be just denied. And whatever that entered Gaza in terms of food was never enough. It's not about the quantity only. It's about the safe access to what gets inside. It's about to deliver this for all who are desperate for it in the north, in the south, and the middle.
We're told that 67,000 Palestinians have been killed during these last 24 months. I don't know if you have another number, but what's certain is that people in Gaza have been living surrounded by explosions, destruction, hunger, disease, attending funerals, probably on a very regular basis. How psychologically damaged would you say the 2.2 million people of Gaza actually are right now?
I cannot describe it. No one can describe it. It will take many, many years to recover from the scars that are left by this conflict, because people have lost their loved ones. Parents have lost their children. Children have had to bury their own parents in the backyard of their homes or on the streets. This is something that you can never heal from and never forget. People have went missing, and their families until now don't know their whereabouts. It's an open cut wound until they can be reunited together, if they are still alive and lucky, or if they can receive the human remains of them and provide the proper dignified burial so that they can mourn. There is no recovery from this. Absolutely, there is no winner from this horrifying conflict. And back to your question about the numbers of those who have been killed, I think it's intolerable. I think it's unacceptable. And it doesn't matter how many people get killed every day, as much as it's important to stop this from continue happening in the future. This is why we have been calling for a ceasefire. This is why we have been calling for ending this fight, and to realize, only political efforts are proven to be effective in ending this. The political solution only, not the humanitarian situation, not the military situation.
Okay, and just lastly, Hisham, and briefly, if you don't mind. I mean, President Trump says he's optimistic that, there will be results from the diplomatic efforts that are being made. Does it feel like to people in Gaza that there is now a ray of light at the end of the tunnel?
Everyone is hopeful. I can assure you that even those patients and casualties at the hospitals, or the remains of the hospitals that are continue to partially function, even these families whose loved ones are either held captive or in detention, they are still hopeful that they will have their own loved ones between their arms anytime soon, or get the remains of their remains of their loved ones to bury them properly in a dignified manner. Everyone is hopeful, despite the pain, despite the agony, despite the suffering. And this hope must be respected and must be turned into a reality anytime soon.
Hisham Mehanna, spokesperson for the International Committee of the Red Cross in Deir al-Balah in Gaza. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Dr. Al-Dadari, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start off by asking you about this week, an incredibly busy week. The focus is on the United Nations. How do you view the UN's role and its credibility at a time when there is a lot going on in the world?
This is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. If we want to assess what the UN has done in the last 80 years, you will see that there would never be those vaccination campaigns around the world that saved millions of children from disease had it not been for the UN. We would not have seen hundreds of millions of voters casting their vote around the world if it not been for the UN and UNDP working on elections. I can speak about endless examples of why the UN is indispensable. We cannot think of a future without the UN. Now, we need to make sure the UN is relevant, it is efficient, it is optimizing its resources, and it is making sure that where we spend money, we see outcomes, not just implementation. And this is a big challenge. And the SG's progress report recently to the member states about UN 80 and what type of reforms is a great example of how serious we are as UN about these reforms and about living up to the expectations of we the people of the world.
I mean, there are incredible expectations on the UN. You spoke about that idea of the UN needing to be relevant. Critics will look at the UN and say it needs reforming. Do you think that those shortcomings overshadow the progress and the achievements that the UN achieves?
Yes, because what's visible of the UN vis-à-vis ordinary people are two things. Either the humanitarian support that they receive in times of crisis, and that's very visible. Either the development support that we provide for countries coming out of colonialism in the 50s and 60s and building their states and building their institutions, but also they see the Security Council, and they see sometimes the inability of the Security Council to convene around very important and crucial subject matters. So I think it does overshadow, unfortunately, it does overshadow the great achievements and the hard work. But that doesn't mean we should be complacent. We are working very hard to make sure every dollar spent, every taxpayer's dollar produces tangible results in development and in reducing pain around the world.
Focusing in on the Arab region, from the UNDP's point of view, what are some of the biggest challenges facing that region at the moment?
The region is going through an extraordinary juncture. First, look at the external context. Trade wars, climate, and the region is impacted by climate much more than other regions in the world because of drought, and temperature increases here twice as the global average. So climate has become a serious issue in the region. We are witnessing in the Levant today the worst drought in the last 70 years, which means Syrian refugees, if they come back to Syria, to their farmland, they will not find water to farm their land. So that's just a simple example of the challenges we are facing. But there are other issues, of course. Conflict. We have 30% of all conflicts in the world, even though we are only 5% of the world's population. And we have 30% of the total IDP population of the world, again, and we are only 5% of the world's population. Now, in this context, add to it the crisis and conflicts. We are surrounded by, and not only surrounded, we are within and inside these conflicts. But I would like to add internal aspects that we need to take care of. The region suffers from deteriorating productivity. Productivity in the Arab world today is half of what used to be in 1980. Our share of the global economy today is half of what it used to be in 1980. Despite all the trillions of dollars that we have received in oil revenue and other types of incomes. And therefore, if we don't focus on knowledge, if if we don't focus on economic diversification, if we don't focus on the right governance that attracts our youth to work in these countries, I don't see how we can come out of this vicious circle we are going through. Productivity decreasing, poverty increasing, conflicts and tensions increasing. But at the same time, the region has some very exciting spotlights. And we can talk about the artificial intelligence hub that we are building in Morocco, in the UAE, in working with Egypt, working with Saudi Arabia. We can talk about the fantastic work we are doing in Tunisia on water resource management, what we call the water portfolio, and so on and so forth. So it is not just a grim picture. It's much more diverse than this.
Well, to dig into the AI initiative that you mentioned, how will that benefit people within the region?
It will benefit on different levels. First of all, it's very important for us to establish the laws and regulations and the economics and the financial aspects of AI in our world. Because the AI, if not taken advantage of and taken care of, it will increase the gap between developing countries and developed countries. Our determination here is to reduce this gap. So first of all is the AI infrastructure. And secondly is the AI applications. The region is desperate for using AI in water management. It is desperate for using AI to predict climate change to reduce the risks for farmers. Small farmers in the region don't have any insurance. And therefore we are building now a program to provide insurance for small farmers, relying on AI to determine the exact climate change risk the farmer will be facing, and so on and so forth, including the justice sector. With justice being slow, number of judges less than what our countries need, and the processes are not automated, it is causing a lot of frustration. So AI comes in to help solve some of those problems.
You spoke about those protracted conflicts in the region. It's not perhaps as grim as many of us see on television, but there are protracted conflicts. Oh, yes. How does that impact sustainable development efforts? And I guess what are the UN's priorities in trying to deal with those conflicts?
I mean, we know now that the impact of conflicts, specific and topical conflicts, don't stay within the borders of that particular country. We see how an impact, for example, of 12 days of fighting between Iran and Israel have caused a 0.5 percentage point loss in Egyptian GDP. So we are trying to understand exactly what is the meaning and the roots of each conflict and how do they interconnect with the rest of the region. Countries that thought they will never be touched by conflict, we see recently are being bombed. And therefore, it's time to think about our resilience to conflicts in an integrated and a regional manner. We have lost decades of human developments in these countries. In Syria, for example, we lost 40 years of human development. In Palestine, in Gaza, the model that we used to estimate the damage to human development, health, education, and economy, the model did not close. It became almost impossible to determine how much really we lost in human development in Gaza. So all these are decades of hard work and investments that's been wiped out, and we need now to replace, and we need to leapfrog, and we need to move very fast into the future. And that can only happen through regional cooperation. Not a single country alone can do this.
I want to speak about Syria, obviously a country close to your heart, I'm sure, as a Syrian. The UN has the green light to engage with the new government there. How is that engagement progressing? And in terms of development and aid objectives and goals, what is the UN prioritizing there?
You know, we have now two parallel tracks moving about when it comes to the UN working in Syria. The first one is that the government of Syria itself has been able to develop an aid coordination system led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that allows the UN system to say, well, here are the priorities, this is where we need to allocate resources based on national priorities determined by the government and conveyed to us through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the first few weeks and months, This did not exist. So I'm happy to report that this system is now functioning, and that helped us a lot. But at the same time, we need to start developing a UN framework for Syria, the UN Sustainable Development Framework, and hopefully the new resident coordinator, who should be appointed soon, will be able to lead this exercise. For us as UNDP, we are the development agency of the UN. You may know that 70% of all UN development funding in the world is UNDP. So in the Arab region, we spend about $1 billion a year in grant to the Arab states. So we have been working very hard, first to identify development requirements for recovery in Syria, a country that needs to grow at more than 7% for every year for the next 10 years to reach a level of acceptable recovery, which requires massive investments across all sectors. So we've been focusing on identifying these priorities: institutional capacities, energy, agriculture, water, support to small and medium enterprises, reviving the banking sector. We've been working in all these areas. We have managed to mobilize around $200 million for this year, and we predict that we will be able to mobilize between $200 to $300 million every year for the next 3 years. Now, this is not the hundreds of billions of dollars investments that the country needs, but using that money smartly to catalyze and to leverage additional resources into investments, into institution building. Hopefully, we will see the impact of this work in the next 3 to 4 years.
I want to ask about Gaza. Obviously, the scenes on television are horrific. We know that there is famine. We know that there are huge humanitarian challenges. What's your assessment of the situation, and how best can the UN Development Programme help the people in Gaza?
Well, the situation is post-apocalyptic. I mean, to say the least, people who are on the ground, our team who are still on the ground and working, they describe things that you never see in movies. Nonetheless, Gaza lost its human development completely. As I said before, we can no longer measure how many decades of human development that place has lost. In addition to West Bank and East Jerusalem, by the way, there is a regression of at least 40 years in development there as well. So what have we been doing? First of all, I need you to know that UNDP has something called the Program of Assistance to the Palestinian People. It is created by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1978, and UNDP is asked to run this program. We have invested more than $2 billion in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Everything in Gaza is wiped out, of course, including the desalination station and solid waste systems and all of that. What are we doing in Gaza today? We have a team that provides clean drinking water to 400,000 people. We have a team that provides management of solid waste. We have already moved more than 300,000 tons of solid waste and prevented the spread of diseases. We have recruited thousands of doctors and nurses. The people you see on TV in the hospitals are mostly UNDP contracted professionals. We are now hiring 700 Palestinian engineers to start preparing the detailed plans for urban rehabilitation. We have designed all the urban rehabilitation plans for neighborhoods. We call them neighborhood revival plans. We have mobilized $100 million to be ready on day one, because you don't want to enter Gaza if and when there is a ceasefire without any money. We managed to mobilize, and we are ready with a comprehensive plan for Gaza recovery and reconstruction. And hopefully, when there is a conference for reconstruction of Gaza, what UNDP did as part of the UN will be the document to support the Arab Islamic plan for Gaza reconstruction.
The Palestinian issue very much in the spotlight this week at the United Nations, a high-level summit, countries around the world recognizing the Palestinian state. I wanted to ask what your reaction was to that, and do you feel that there is any benefit for the people in Gaza to see world powers coming here to New York to recognize the state?
There is no doubt that this is a very powerful symbolic move, and it will have definitely political consequences. It is the culmination of the struggle by the Palestinian people for their independence for the last 70 years. Now, for us looking at the situation, we have been analyzing what are the economics and institutional aspects of a Palestinian statehood. And simple conclusion is, without full control and sovereignty over natural resources, customs, taxes, transportation, and airspace of the Palestinian state, the Palestinian statehood will remain mostly symbolic. And we did our modeling work and our econometric work, and clearly says there is no recovery for Palestine or Gaza if that situation doesn't change, which means the Paris Accords of 1994 are not changed to adapt to actual statehood and independence.
I wanted to zoom in on Sudan. I believe the figure from the UN is that Sudan lost 25% of its GDP in a single year of conflict. What comes next? How can the UN help those communities that are dealing with that situation, ongoing conflict, displaced communities, and a huge loss of GDP?
I hope I don't sound controversial. Sudan is not and should not be a humanitarian case only. Sudan is a perfect example of what we call in the UN jargon the humanitarian development peace nexus. Focusing only on humanitarian assistance, which is extremely important and vital and an honorable exercise, is not sufficient. Believe it or not, in areas where we continue to operate in Sudan, in 6 out of 14 offices across the country we used to have, agricultural production increased. The number of small and medium enterprises have increased. The activities of these SMEs have been expanding. We are providing now microfinance and small loans to these SMEs. And we did a survey of these SMEs, and 60% of them are very optimistic about the future. So we need to make sure that, yes, while we are working on providing humanitarian assistance, we also need to make sure development continues and we don't lose all the development gains of the past. UNDP today is an essential part of whatever remains of the Sudanese health system. And now when the government went back to Khartoum, we went back with it, and now we are leading a group of assessing what are the damages to infrastructures, facilities, universities, hospital, clinics, and the damage is enormous. So we need to combine the efforts for peace with the humanitarian assistance, which is extremely important. People are starving, with maintaining a development approach to all of this.
Dr. Al-Dadari, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special interview with the President of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, conducted from inside the Presidential Palace in Mogadishu, the Somali capital. Your Excellency, welcome to El Arabiya. Let me begin with your recent visit to Ethiopia to attend the official inauguration of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam at the invitation of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. How does Somalia view the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam?
Well, the Grand Renaissance, Ethiopian Renaissance Dam was a big project that has been going on more than a decade under construction. And it is there for power generation, as we have been explaining to the area. The area is not an agricultural area, it's a mountainous area, but for 5,000 megawatt it will produce, as we have been. That has definitely have an impact on the Ethiopian economy, as well as the region. Already Ethiopia supplies electricity to Kenya, Sudan, Djibouti, of course not Somalia yet. But so that, and power and electricity, energy is the most important thing and prerequisite for any development. So it was good, and it was built there. Surrounded is other issues are there, but the dam as it is it was a successful project by the Ethiopian government.
Mr. President, this issue raises many questions. Somalia has a strategic alliance with Egypt and has also recently restored diplomatic relations with Ethiopia. Speaking of your recent visit to Ethiopia and participation in the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam, a matter considered highly sensitive for Cairo, how is Somalia handling this issue amid complex regional and strategic shifts? And does this affect your relationship with Egypt, given how sensitive this file is to Cairo?
I can say only on the perspective of Somalia, Ethiopia is a neighbor. We have not chosen to be neighbors together here in the Horn of Africa. We share almost 2,000 kilometers of border with population on different sides of the border being Somalis and many other issues. And Ethiopia is a part, of course, of the African Union mission here, as well as Egypt now. So our relationship with Ethiopia was not meant to compromise our strategic relationship with Egypt. Somalia is a country that has one motto, which is Somalia at peace with itself and at peace with the rest of the world. So that is our motto, and we all, as I said yesterday, the other day in the inauguration of the dam, Somalia is ready to support both countries to understand each other, not only Egypt but Sudan as well. And there was an issue. This issue was going on for more than a decade now, and still is going on. And I think it will have a positive solution will come. And the issue we raised it with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia as well, and he promised that he will be sitting with everybody who has a concern about the dam and its water.
Mr. President, in your view, what could be the path toward a solution or de-escalation between the two sides on this issue? And who could help restore balance and calm between them?
As I said in the inauguration, I said this dam, for some people it is for energy, and for others it is for water and food security. And both has to be mutually satisfied on their issues, and that can only take place through a peaceful solution and peaceful dialogue. And as far as I know, both Egypt and Ethiopia has always been willing to dialogue the subject. And I hope it will be soluble. There are international bodies who, and this is not the first time, the negotiations has been going on between Ethiopia, Egypt, Sudan, and other countries that have concerns on the Nile Delta, or Nile Basin. And this dialogue reached somewhere, and one of the times there was a signed agreement, another time discussion is going on. And I think it will go on, and it will come up. The solution will come at the end.
A few days ago, an Egyptian military delegation arrived in Mogadishu in preparation for the deployment of Egyptian troops under the African Union mission to support stability in Somalia. How do you, Mr. President, view this step? And what will be the role of the Egyptian forces in Somalia?
Somalia and Egypt has a very, very long historic relationship and a very strategic partner as well recently. We have that strategic partner with Egypt, even Somalia, before we become independent. In the 1950s, when Jamal Abdel Nasser was there and when the Canal Suez was attacked, Somalia was not an independent, but the Somali people by that time, they stood up and they stand with the Egyptians. Since then, and our relationship is 1,000 years old, since Hatshepsut visited Somalia in those years, 5,000 years ago. So Somalia and Egypt has that type of bond together. In that line, Egypt now is participating in the peace mission, the African Union mission here in Somalia. This is the first time that Egypt is being part of the mission. You know, always there are delays here and there from the African Union, from the UN, from many places, but the Egyptians, they make the last assessment when the officers come here, they assess the ground, they assess the area that they are going to operate. So what we are waiting only is the arrival, the first contingent of the Egyptians to arrive in Somalia soon and work in the umbrella of the African Union. But as well as Egypt has been supporting Somalia, Somali security forces, Somali defense forces, all of them by training, providing certain equipment. So the relationship between Somalia and Egypt is very, very strong.
There has been some Ethiopian discontent, or let's say concern, regarding the arrival of this Egyptian military delegation in Mogadishu. The Ethiopian ambassador to Somalia even expressed such concerns publicly. Did Addis Ababa communicate with you or raise this issue directly?
No. They've never been raised with my level or even with the ministerial level. I heard that the Ethiopian ambassador, but that was not right. But here one thing is Somalia is independent and sovereign state, and our decisions are sovereign as well. So we choose Egypt to come here, and definitely they will.
Mr. President, how do you view the recent statements by Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, in which he described his country's loss of access to the Red Sea as a historic mistake and a matter of national survival, pledging to regain that access? Do you consider this a threat, even indirectly, to Somali interests or to the overall security of the Horn of Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Eritrea?
Well, there are 16 African countries in this continent who all of them are landlocked. And unfortunately, all of them have access to the sea. And the Red Sea is one of the seas that surrounds Africa. So if Ethiopia wants to reach the Red Sea, they can, but there are always standards, ways to reach, and I hope that they will follow that universally accepted standards to reach there. And I haven't seen any now war or contentious issues standing. I have been hearing rumors that Ethiopia and Eritrea are going to fight on the Red Sea and all this, but I've never officially heard it from it. But Somalia will never stand and support for any violence or any violation of sovereignty of any country in the world. So we hope that the Red Sea is a very, very important and strategic sea. Of course, Somalia is not immediately part, but it concerns our economy, it concerns our security, and we have a say on it. So we hope that all those countries who are bordered with the Red Sea and those who have security concerns about the Red Sea, all of them has to agree and has to understand each other. There is no country that can be allowed to violate the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of any other country. And I'm not hoping, I'm not expecting that there will be a war, but our position is very clear. We need countries to, when they have issues, to sit together, dialogue and agree on, but not use of forces. It's not our favor at all.
Another important development is Somalia's election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council last January. First, Mr. President, what key issues do you plan to raise or advocate for within the Council? And is there any coordination between you and major Arab countries in this regard?
Well, Somalia has been in the UN Security Council in 1972. Since then, we were not. This is again the second time now we are elected member of the UN, non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. As you rightly said, we have many hats to wear when we are there in the UN Security Council. Of course, we are an African, and we are part of the African Union. 3 countries that represent African Union, Somalia is one. So we are binded with the principles and the issues of the African Union as well. On the other hand, we are member of the Arab League, and we represent there for the interests of the Arab world, wherever there is an issue concerning the Arab world. Right now, Palestine is an issue, and our position has always been very clear and will remain that clear position. On the third time, we are also a member of the OIC, and we represent the Islamic world there as well. So when it comes to the Islamic issues, also Somalia has to stand. So we have these multiple roles there, but above all, we are there, those countries who are fragile, like Somalia did, who have problem of security, like we did. Our own feelings are and sympathy are with those countries that are in a similar situation or close to the situations of Somalia. So Somalia will stand there, and we will always be on the right side of the issues. Somalia is a small country. We have our global or international agenda is limited only to those issues, and we are a member of the non-aligned world as well. So we are not in one block or the other. We are there for those interests by those people.
Mr. President, how would you assess Somalia's relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, again, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is similarly a country that we have a very, very strong traditional relationship for, of course, centuries since the event of Islam in that country. And Somalia, one of those countries who have been. So Somalia and Saudi Arabia shared a lot of long history. At times, Somalia stood with Saudi Arabia when they were a difficulty, maybe a century or so ago. And since then, since independence, when His Majesty King Faisal was there in the 1960s, Saudi Arabia has always been with Somalia, supporting Somalia at difficult times. And since today, they are still with us, and they are supporting Somalia, of course, diplomatically. And in the past, it was humanitarian, that was the needs of Somalia. But today, it's again development and investment in Somalia's interest now at this right moment. And Saudi Arabia and Somalia, there are a lot of discussions going on for development and investment projects in the near future.
To what extent do you see coordination between Mogadishu and Riyadh developing on issues of mutual concern, such as counterterrorism and regional stability?
Well, as I said, there are many files that are right now going on for discussion, and some of them are just close to end soon, maybe in a very short period of time. But so far, what we have prominently already achieved is the collaboration between us on the war against terror. Saudi Arabia trains our security forces, part of our security forces at senior level, leadership level even, and Saudi Arabia also contributes sharing information about the terrorists on both sides of that. So that file is already moving forward, but there are other files that are in the process of discussion right now.
Mr. President, Somalia remains at war with terrorist groups, but it also suffers from challenges such as unemployment and underdevelopment. What is your vision for addressing these issues? And how can Somalia take advantage of global competition, Western, Chinese, American, and even Russian, to promote development in the country?
Well, first of all, as you rightly said, Somalia is in a terrorist war for almost close to 2 decades now. But we have been gaining experience on that. Usually, traditionally, Somalia was fighting with the terrorists on the military front only. And now we develop a new strategy that concerns about the ideological war against the terrorists and the financial war against terrorists. I was curbing the financing terror as well. So multiple fronts are now Somalia fighting against these terrorists. Now, the issue now we have is, as I said earlier, we don't have a big agenda, global agenda. Our agenda is national or regional at the moment, at the best. So the competition between the West and the East and all this also, it affects the whole world. Because, as you rightly said, when two elephants are fighting, the grass is the suffers. So the developing world suffers when the big powers are fighting each other. We have our own concerns on some of the issues, but the world is changing, and we hope that the United Nations, the international order, the international financing architecture, so many things are under constant review. We hope that it will go on the right direction. But for us, we are a friend to everybody, unless that everybody proves that they are not our friend.
Mr. President, allow me to pause at this critical point. Combating al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations. How do you assess the current threat posed by al-Shabaab? And how effective are the ongoing military operations against it in Somalia?
Well, Somalia is fighting not only al-Shabaab, but we are also fighting Daesh in the northern part of Somalia, the mountainous part in the northern Somalia, northeastern Somalia, particularly Puntland area. A success has been reached there by the Somali security forces there, as well as we are doing the same here in al-Shabaab. Shabaab, we are fighting for, as I said, almost close to 2 decades now, very experienced, have a very strong network within the society, particularly the rural Somalia, where they have been there. Those kids that were born when al-Shabaab took over in the 2007, 2008 in the country are now, 28 years, 27 years old. They are the ones who are fighting. People that has been in a rural area, never exposed to any other part or any other world, never have a free media to listen to, follow up. So they have been indoctrinated for more than a decade is the one. So this is not an easy task. Somalia is facing that task. Yes, we are getting very, very good support from the international partners, but not enough. Not enough yet. Most of Sudan is facing Somalia with its own limited resources, but the people of Somalia, because of the mobilization of the government by the people, to the people, now the people is really the ones that are leading the fighting, not only our formal security forces. Yes, we are, on one hand, we are building our security forces, and on the other hand, we are fighting. You can understand. And building a security forces is not a very short term, it's a long term and a long process. So there is a lot of challenges going on, but so far we've succeeded to push al-Shabaab in many parts of Somalia. But Somalia is a big country, and more than 60% of the population are living in the rural area. So still the threat of al-Shabaab is still imminent in Somalia, and it's a threat, real threat, but it's not as it was before. Mogadishu has never been a secure place, and for the last 3.5 years, I have been attacked 5 times by al-Shabaab when I was touring the country and standing in front lines with explosive vehicles driving on, as they did recently even here in Mogadishu. But now their capability of using those techniques and all this are weak, and they are many places very far away.
Mr. President, last March you personally survived an assassination attempt, thankfully unharmed. What can you tell us about this security breach? What vulnerabilities did the terrorists exploit to target you personally, and, through you, the symbolic representation of the state?
One thing that al-Shabaab has convinced themselves is that this war going on, there is only one switch. If you make it off, the whole war will stop, and that is the assassination of Hassan Sheikh. So they have tried. And not only this time, even from 2012, they have been trying to assassinate me, to kill me, but they never succeeded, and inshallah they will not succeed. Now, in the recent attack here, they built a bomb inside a house on the side of the road map. The house itself, a huge bomb. It was not something outside. When my convoy was passing there, they exploded, and one of my cars were serious damage. Fortunately, none of our people, my close protection people, died there. They destroyed the car. And so since then, the interagency task force has been assigned to follow up what has happened and how and who did it with Shabab. Since then, they were making follow-up. And I think 3 days back, the man who has engineered this has been eliminated. He has been neutralized, and his team, 10 of his team, and he himself has been neutralized, very far away from Mogadishu. So the risk is always there. They try. They have been trying all the time here in Mogadishu, but they didn't succeed by bringing a car into Mogadishu or going and taking over hotels and public places, ministries. They were using to go and fight for 2-3 days there until they are complete of them eliminated. That thing has not happened in the last 8-9 months here in Mogadishu. So, and then there is a very clear strategy built on, which will be going on expanding from Mogadishu, pushing back until we reach it to the borders of Somalia.
During my visit this week to displacement camps in Mogadishu and to the town of Barire in southwestern Somalia, recently liberated from al-Shabaab by the army, I met many Somalis who expressed hope to return to their homes. Mr. President, when will these people be able to return safely to their towns?
First of all, there are not only those villages, but there are millions, almost 2 million people throughout Somalia who are displaced people, internally displaced people, all over Somalia. Most of them displaced by al-Shabaab, but some of them are displaced by droughts, floods, or natural disasters. So it's true that cities, when you know al-Shabaab, what they do, they dug tunnels below the city and they fight there, and the city was destroyed. So the Somali government will be working on bringing those people back. There is one more place that is remaining for that front, which is Barire, which we are going to take over in the coming days and weeks. So the government will work on the rehabilitation of those. So this agricultural is the basket, food basket of Somalia. Is the territory that produces most of the food in Somalia. So the government of Somalia will work with the people and help the people to rehabilitate their houses and their life back again.
Let's turn, Mr. President, to domestic politics. How do you view the direct election scheduled for next year? The first in 57 years since the last vote in 1960.
Mm-hmm. First of all, it was 1969, the last election. March 1969 was the last election here in Somalia. Since then, democratic election has not happened. And we have, what do you call it, the indirect election, the selection process. It was good, but it was improving from one time after the other. Now we reached to a level that after 25 years of the Third Republic of Somalia that was established in 2000, we cannot remain in the indirect election, and the world cannot deal with us anymore with the indirect election. People that has not been elected by leaders that has not been elected by the people or the representative of the people. So this time, that's what we are working. I will not claim that we will make the elections 100% perfect or 100% all the 20 million Somalis will vote. But from few thousand people that were selecting the leaders, now we wanted to reach a couple of million people. Only here in Mogadishu, almost 1 million has been registered as voter registers, and all over federal member states, registrations are going on. So what we are expecting is a couple of million, 3 million, 4 million people will participate in the election. And I think that it has been clear and very visible that the Somali people, how the Somali people are interested to play it. People who have never been go into a voting booth now are saying our dreams have come true and they want to go. Case of example, there was a lady who said, I'm 60 years old, I've never voted, and I was not expecting that I will vote. This is the time that I will need. So it's the population are very enthusiastic, and always there is a political opposition is there, but things are moving through institutions. We established reviewed the constitution, established the electoral law, the political party law. All the tools of the game are set in place, and the security is moderately acceptable. We go on as far as we can.
Mr. President, both Puntland and Jubaland have called on the federal government to engage in dialogue over the electoral crisis, suggesting that such dialogue could be the key to resolving it. How did you respond to this invitation?
Elections are two levels. One is local election, local municipalities, federal member states, and one is the national election selected by the parliament of both chambers and, of course, the leadership. So far what we are focusing now is the local elections, which is going to happen soon. Puntland is not included because they did the local elections already. They make one man, one vote local elections. But both Puntland and the Jubaland, we are in the process of pursuing them, and by the time of the local elections, we hope the problem of Jubaland will be settled, and before the national elections as well, the problem of Puntland will be settled. So the channels of communication are already open, and we are continuing with a dialogue with them.
You often say that the federal government is a unifying government. Have you succeeded in achieving unity between the central government and Somalia's regional states, especially given the country's political and clan diversity?
No, the federal system has always a problem. The best time a federal system can be easily implemented is when the state is stable, when the rules are there, when everything is set. Our has been established in a very difficult time, so a lot has been improving. Even now, this term I'm in, there was every 2 months we have a dialogue space, what we call it National Consultative Council, NCC, which is the heads of states, federal member states, and the federal government sit together and discuss about the future political structure of the state, the governance system, the judiciary, everything. So many things has been agreed on. There are little political issues that are still under consideration, and the government our doors are always open. We are willing to reach out everybody, and we are willing to accommodate everybody, as we did recently. Strong and important elements of the opposition has been agreed with the federal government, but still there are others who are remaining, which we are still pursuing.
What were the main obstacles you faced before forming the government? How would you describe your relationship with Eastern Somalia, which recently became part of the federal government, and with Northern Somalia as a whole?
First of all, the northeastern state, the area was a very difficult area. It has been a disputed area for such a long time. All the necessities of those citizens who are there has never been implemented. The humanitarian was not reaching enough there. Governance system was very weak, and it was part of Somaliland. All over Somaliland is a very stable and peaceful place. We say clear on that. There is no problem. But unfortunately, between this region and Somaliland, there was problem. We ourselves, we have tried to stabilize and talk to the Somaliland leadership, the former leadership, not the current leadership, not to continue. Because principally, we believe that violence will never bring satisfactory results. So we've tried, but unfortunately it never happened. So this is a place now that has very limited chance to go back to Somaliland, number one. Number two, they are a very strong unionists who are willing to unite. But even then, and they have that position for a long time, but even then, although they were unionists, we have never interfered, never encouraged. We have been trying to get the whole Somaliland one time, agreed with them and bring them together. But the process has got prolonged for a long time, and there was no immediate visible solutions in the past. So that's that. So this region is a very difficult region throughout the history. It is the border between the colonial British and the colonial Italian, and it has always been that. That is the land of the Mad Mullah in the history of Somalia, Sayyid Muhammad Abdullah Hassan. That was an area that has been like that. That was a very controversial area most of the time. The last democratically elected president was assassinated there. So there must be an administration and governance system in that area. Without governance system, the people in that area will suffer, and it will create problem to all, both Somaliland, Puntland, other regions. So the only option that we had was to support them, to have their own administrative structure that they consensually agreed, and they did it. Somaliland may have concerns, Puntland may have concerns, but all those concerns can be settled with dialogue, with amicable solution using our traditional system of peace building.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this special interview. And thank you, dear viewers, for watching Al Arabiya. Until next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means, how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life? That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
The voice of Hind Rajab.
Thank you. I dedicate this word to the Palestinian Red Crescent and to all those who have risked everything to save lives in Gaza. They are real heroes. The voice of Hind is the voice of Gaza itself. We all believe in the force of cinema. It's what gathers us here tonight and what gives us the courage to tell stories that might otherwise be buried.
شوفي بسرعة واكتبي نصور وتنزف.
ايش بجد؟ تفرج على السوشيال ميديا. طلع شوف اطفال مشنخة مرمية على جنب الشوارع. فكرك عن جد صار طفل صغيري خايف رح يأثر فيهم أو يفرق على حدا.
Working with Paul, look, as we all know, he can do epic, crucial, urgent collisions of conflict, and he loves claustrophobic, because you know we were getting claustrophobic on that bus, and the fires were getting bigger, and Preston, it was getting hotter, and it was getting, we were running out of outs, running out of places to go, which happens in the story. Now, when you're working with Paul, you have a lot of those things, large fires, to react to. So you're not having to make it up like you're looking at a green screen. I was driving that bus. Real telephone poles were falling. Fires were popping up here and there. To choreograph those scenes, never felt overly dangerous, but just enough chaos where a lot of the stuff you're seeing us do is reacting to what's actually happening.
Another dry and windy day in paradise.
Thanks to all drivers. There's a situation developing at Ponderosa Elementary. There are 23 kids who are stranded. Is there anybody in the area that can pick them up? Is there anybody that can go and pick these kids up?
He has a pretty good understanding for his age of who he is, and it's nice to be a dad too.
I don't think you understand the urgency of our situation here.
Quietly, calmly, one single line. Do you know all of us are going to be there? It's going to take 10 minutes.
Do you feel you still learn on movies after all your experience?
The same as life.
Just one day.
Every day there's something new. Leo's an extraordinary talent. Leo is one of the people that you don't see often. He's not only talented, he jumps at you, and he jumps off the screen. And what you see is what you get. He really is that person. And he reminded me years and years ago, I worked with a young Paul Newman, and he has that kind of, he's there. Thank you all. Thank you.
Winning is the best feeling there is. It's 40,000 people, and they're cheering you on. There's no other high like it in the world.
Let's talk about the experience of presenting this in Venice, first of all. It was an emotional moment, wasn't it?
Incredible. Frequency, not a feeling, vibration. It's like all my feelings swirled up into one and can't pick. Like, it was amazing, incredible. It was overwhelming. It was beyond that. It's a special moment because the amazing part I got to share with Emily, Benny, DJ, Copeland. You know, it's just so many people. It was their first.
Is there any other part that you're dreaming of playing on your bucket list somewhere? Or is that it?
Right, no, it's not it. It's not it. It's never it. There's always something else. But I will tell you that this is the most important role of my life. I feel like everything that I've done, including the Scorpion King, where you and I first met.
20 years ago.
Years ago, man. You haven't changed, by the way.
Big, strong man. I love you.
This is such an important festival. Like, films like ours are here to find a marketplace, find a home for our movies. You've got short films here, you've got established movies here, you've got the whole range of the kind of film industry, and it's in a very global way as well. So it's really, really important, and it's really fitting as well because Toronto is such a global city. That's what I love about it. I feel in many ways that this city and the festival kind of reflect each other in that way.
14 years is the time that Riz and the amazing writer Mike Leslie have been kind of gestating this, trying to figure out their way into it. He sent me Hamlet, and I asked myself the same question. I was like, why Hamlet? I'm not sure this is for me. I never had that deep connection with it at school like so many people. But revisiting it from a modern perspective, I started to see things in the story that felt relevant and surprising in ways, I hadn't expected.
It was the play itself. I mean, I developed the script with Mike Leslie, the writer, for 14 years. Yeah, we were just trying to make sure the script lived up to other adaptations of Hamlet, that we were trying to do something that was very distinctive and bold in our own version of it. It takes a long time to get it right, but I'm proud of what we've done.
صوت القدس. This is Jerusalem calling.
شو في بالقدس بتضلك رايح جاي؟ بدي شغل يا زلمة.
It's the beginning. It's the origin story. It's the beginning. This is 12 years before the Nakba. We talk about the Nakba a lot, but this is before, and I think it sets up everything that will come.
كل يوم قاعدين نخسر في أرض، في فلاحين طروهم من أرضهم.
وليش أجوا يعيشوا هون؟ بلادهم ما بدهاش إياهم.
Give me your papers. Your transit pass to leave the village?
بيجهزوا الأرض لقبانية جديدة جنب الأراضي بالضبط.
We are asking for your help in protecting our villages.
I ask you all to have faith. We can create a united and peaceful Holy Land.
يا اخوان البلاد عمالها بتضيع من بين ايديك، ما هو يا بنوقف وقفة رجال يا بنوقف نتفرج.
يا خبيز يا رصاص.
Mr. Mark Hughes, thank you for your time and for this interview. How is the IBM seeing the evolvement of the cyber threat, especially here in the Middle East?
Yeah, well, the cyber threat landscape is really getting worse, I'm afraid. Firstly, we have much more complexity happening globally in most organizations in terms of implementation of new exciting things like AI. What that means is that organizations' IT environments are getting more complex. That affords more opportunity for attackers. So the threat landscape actually is becoming more complicated, more difficult to deal with. Now, here at IBM, we produce the cost of data breach report, and that actually gives some statistics. So if we think about the Middle East, the average cost of a cyber incident in our latest report is 27 million Saudi riyals. So it gives you some idea. These are very big things when things go wrong. It costs a lot. So the threat landscape is getting more complicated, more difficult to deal with, and is very costly when things go wrong. And here in the Middle East, specifically, there's some sectors like oil and gas, for example, and energy that are targeted very heavily as well. So specifically in the Middle East, there's quite a bit that organizations have to be really aware of and really focused on to ensure that they're not victims of these types of attacks.
How do you see that, how the regulatory bodies are responding to this threat, especially here in Saudi, if you have the chance to follow up this experience here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I have to say that the Saudi 2030 vision, the inspiring vision that exists here in the Kingdom, means that there's a big change in the digital infrastructure nationally. And of course, with that comes the regulation that is happening. And we see the National Cyber Authority, the NCA, and other agencies here in the Kingdom really being right at the forefront of thinking about regulations. Humane, for example, in terms of how AI is being looked at in the Kingdom. All of these things that are happening mean that the Kingdom is really thinking hard about how to get the regulation right to help businesses and to really ensure that they can then really benefit from the technical advancements that are happening and really realizing the 2030 vision. And here at IBM, we've really been working with those agencies lockstep throughout formulating the vision and really helping where we can, bringing our global expertise to ensure that those bodies, those regulatory bodies, can be right at the forefront to really enable organizations to be equipped to realize the exciting 2030 vision here in the Kingdom.
We're going through a digital transformation. We're getting more people online. So this needs more cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. What do you think is the most urgent challenge here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I think one of the things that's working really well, and here at IBM we're working with MCIT, for example, to increase capacity and skills. So with MCIT we're building 100,000 new skills here in the Kingdom. So really making sure that people understand not only how to, in my world, defend against the type of risks that come with, for example, things like AI, but also really making sure that those skills can be deployed to really embrace and take advantage of the new technology as well to realize the 2030 Saudi vision.
Speaking about AI, do you think it's helping or complicating this challenge?
Well, Abada, that's a great question. Both. So firstly, when it comes to attackers, we see that they are now starting to use AI tooling against us. And so a really good example of that we see, for example, is with phishing emails. So, we've all used to getting phishing emails, and they used to be badly worded and everything. Now that's going away. Now we look at phishing emails. Threat actors are using AI to generate phishing emails. So that's a really small example, but a really important example where most of us can see really realistically what's happening today in terms of how attackers are using AI tools. But there's many other things that they use AI for as well. On the defensive side, it really gives us an accelerated way to deal with that complexity that I was talking about before. So what that really means is we see things like where we are deploying in IBM our agentic AI that now speeds up our ability to respond to alerts over twice as fast as we've done in the past, and to be more accurate as well. So it's really taking, with our agentic AI here at IBM, our ability to help our clients speed up, be more accurate, and stay one step ahead of the attackers. So that AI and use of it defensively is really foundational and important to defend against the type of attacks that we're seeing.
Great insights, Mr. Mark. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel marks 2 years since the October the 7th attacks as first-round talks to end the war finish in Sharm el-Sheikh. President Trump hints at sending Tomahawk missiles to Kyiv, despite Putin's warning it would end Moscow's relationship with Washington. And the US leader threatens to invoke the Insurrection Act, allowing him to legally deploy National Guard troops into Democrat-led cities. Today marks the 2-year anniversary of the Hamas attacks on the 7th of October 2023, where 1,200 people were killed and 251 were taken hostage. Israelis have been gathering at memorial events and have left flowers, tributes and candles at the site of the Nova Festival attack. The Gaza Health Ministry says 67,000 people have been killed by Israel since the attack. Here's some of what the family members of the hostages have had to say.
The sound of the guns that we hear right now, we don't understand it. We want that the peace will stop, the fire will stop, so all the hostages will come back. And to finish this that all the hostages will come back and we'll close this event.
It marks 2 years to our personal catastrophe as well as the national catastrophe that hasn't ended. The war still goes on, and above all, we have 48 hostages who are still waiting to come home to their families and to Israel.
2 years is too long. I'm very angry and disappointed in our government. They shouldn't have been talking to Israel. They should have been talking about putting pressure on Hamas, just release the hostages straight away. It's absolutely appalling.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Gemma and Michael, great to have you both on the show with me. Michael, let's start with you. So 2 years since that October the 7th attack happened, memorial events have been taking place worldwide today.
Yeah, there were, of course, many events that were happening in Israel, London, and there will be some events that are happening in New York in particular. It's a day where I think you do have to remember the horrific attack and what happened. It's not a moment where you look back on the previous 70 years, I think. I think it's a day in history that should live on its own to remember, the more than 1,200 people who were killed. But it's also an interesting moment to look at how people around the world have become very separated from what their government says publicly about their attitude towards Israel. And I think that governments are publicly saying the same thing they've been saying for decades, whereas I think the people are out on the streets protesting something that's very different. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's a real disconnect between many governments around the world and their people because they're fed up with seeing the carnage that's happening on a daily basis in Gaza.
And I think it's a really interesting time that we're in at the moment, because right now we're seeing these indirect talks between Israel and Hamas taking place in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, at a time when we know the 2-year anniversary has been today. So it's a real crossroads to where the future could possibly be, Gemma, and how these talks are to progress.
I think there's a real feeling that if not now, possibly never, or a few years down the line, this is the time to seize the moment. And it is very poignant that it is happening on the 2nd-year anniversary also. But yeah, I do feel that there is such an amount of will and strength to do this. We have the delegations from Turkey, the Qatari Prime Minister as well arriving. We have the US representatives arriving. This is a huge gathering of very powerful and influential people. If this cannot get done now, then I'm not sure what can.
And I think that's a really interesting point, because I think Donald Trump actually spoke again today, and he said very close to making a deal on the Middle East. We know this is his 20-point plan, his peace plan he has put into place. He's got Netanyahu to sign it. Momentum is definitely on the side, but it's ironing out those crucial points, isn't it, Michael, when we talk about the disarmament of Hamas, when we talk about the Palestinian self-determination to be able to govern their own state. Despite all the smoke signals being good, there's a long way to run.
There is, and I think Hamas, they handled this well at the beginning when they said, we agree to release the hostages. So they sort of dangled a little bit of a carrot in front of Donald Trump, as well as in front of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, to get them to understand that they are willing to talk. Now, I think the difficulty will be in some of the specifics that still need to be worked out, as you said, disarming and what role Hamas will not play and when they will stop being an effective organization as they are right now. And that's where I think the difficulty will come with this delegation in Sharm el-Sheikh, and that's why you have some awfully big hitters. You have Jared Kushner, who's going to be there. And to me, because he's no longer in an official capacity in the government, and because he is a relative of the president, I think that he's almost representing how serious it is for Donald Trump to continue to do what he's trying to do, which is, and I'm the first to criticize him, when the time is appropriate. But here he really is, I think, applying pressure for the first time on the Israeli Prime Minister. Yeah. And he has to continue to apply that pressure on Hamas, as do the Qataris and the Egyptians and the Turkish delegation, to make sure that, just as you said, Gemma, there seems to be a real feeling that if not now, then when? And it just so happens that it is, the 2-year anniversary where we finally seem to be collecting a little bit of steam, and maybe there will be an end in sight.
And earlier, I actually spoke to Dr. Mustafa Barghouti, MP and leader of the Palestinian National Initiative, about the sticking points for the Palestinians. Take a listen to what he told me.
The first one is to make sure that Netanyahu will not bring back the war or reactivate the war once the exchange of prisoners takes place. Second, the Israeli withdrawal from Gaza is not clear. Israel cannot claim that it is leaving Gaza when it wants to keep 5 major strategic points under its control, or when it says that even after the last stage of withdrawal from Gaza, they will keep control of 25% of that little area, which is no more than 140 square miles, with 2.2 million people. That is unacceptable. The third point is specifically about the proposed plans from some sides to have foreign government of Gaza or foreign rule of Gaza. That is unacceptable to all Palestinians, not only Hamas, but Hamas, Fatah, Palestinian Authority, everybody. How can anybody imagine that we, the Palestinians who struggled for 100 years against British colonialism and then against Israeli colonialism, will accept to be ruled by a foreign body, especially if that somebody is coming from the side of the British colonial system?
So, Gemma, we just heard from him there about those major sticking points, but also we do know, like you said, Hamas, the pressure needs to be applied to them too. But what's really interesting is Trump has actually got Netanyahu to come to the table to sign this deal. And it's quite fascinating how he's maneuvered as the US president, and he's actually done that.
I think we're seeing Trump's skill set in action here, and that is applying pressure to get what he wants. This is him actually bringing his business acumen into the Oval Office at the right time and for the right reasons. So I found it quite fascinating. We're actually seeing Trump flex his power in ways that previous presidents did not when it comes to Netanyahu. Now, he got Netanyahu to apologize to the Qataris for the attack in Doha. But he's also giving Netanyahu the ability to keep his credibility intact. You know, he's using still quite powerful rhetoric. You know, we will support them all the way if Hamas does not, you know, disarm and, you know, kind of stop what they're doing. And he's also giving Netanyahu a way to say he can have total victory over this. So I think he's actually been very smart with this. But he's also shown very clearly that he is done with this, with what's going on in Gaza. He is kind of done with Israeli action now, that it's enough. And I think we've seen him leverage his relationship with the Qataris and also with Saudi Arabia, who have been big players here. They want to see the establishment of a Palestinian state. He got Netanyahu to sign the 20-point plan, even though within it there was not firm language, but there was an indication that a Palestinian state would emerge from this. Now, we did see Netanyahu backtrack after that, but still, it was in there, and it was something to hold on to. So I'm quite impressed with him flexing his power and what he's achieved from that.
And his transitional presidency, you know, that's something so different. He's not been diplomatic, is he, in many respects? And he's not been the traditional US president. Transactional's the word we always hear. And do you think he could actually bring this to fruition and we could see a final deal made that will make both sides agree to something legitimate?
So anything is possible, and I'm sure we're all hoping that this war finally comes to an end. But I think one of his strengths is that he can be mercurial and he can be unpredictable.
Yeah, he can change his mind, quite.
Absolutely.
I don't think he will change his mind on this because so many players have got involved in this 20-point plan. It hasn't just been his work. We've seen all the Arab nations be involved in it. We've seen so many players. I don't think he'll be mercurial when it comes to this.
No, to this point, he hasn't been in the last couple of weeks on this particular issue. But what if Hamas stumbles, or what if Benjamin Netanyahu sort of takes his eye off, you know, a ceasefire deal? Will he continue to apply the pressure that he needs to? Because what is frustrating out of all of this is that we do know that he's presidential. We do know that he can make these things happen, but he's been in office for 8 months. And I'd love to know what it was that finally tipped the scales. And to my mind, it was that it wasn't the attack when Israel bombed Iran and then the Americans had to go along with that. And I don't even think it was when Iran reciprocated and then attacked Qatar. I think it was when Israel went rogue and attacked Qatar.
Yeah.
And that's where I think he finally recognized, okay, we've got an Air Force base there. We have wonderful relations with them. They are a strong ally. I can't have another strong ally attacking another ally. And that's when I think it tipped. So I don't think he's been so concerned about the death of Palestinians. Some would say that he has been concerned about how it looks on TV. But I do think that he finally he's finally focused enough, maybe for the right reasons, maybe not. But now I think he is finally focused, and I think that hopefully will be enough to bring everybody together and for him to continue to apply pressure so that this deal happens.
Yeah.
one thing Donald Trump does always say is he wants to end the bloodshed and he wants to save lives. And we have heard that since his second term repeatedly. But I do think for the first time in a long time, we're closer than we've ever been. And like Gemma says, if not now, when? So we'll wait to see how those talks shake out in Egypt. But thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And US President Donald Trump has hinted he may supply Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine. So, Gemma, we talk about wars that are happening.
Yeah.
We'll move on to the Russia-Ukraine war. 4 years this has been going on. And Trump did make an announcement yesterday and said he wants Ukraine to tell him their intentions first before the Tomahawk missiles can actually be delivered. Quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, why would anyone want a missile? You know, let's kind of be honest here. It's not to put in a museum and everyone come to visit it. So there is obviously a reason for a country requesting missiles. And sort of is very wishy-washy language. I said earlier, I found it quite human, you know, but not presidential, and that's not what people are looking for from the president. So, do we know if he's going to do it? Is he not going to do it? We can't be certain at the moment. Zelensky's also been, you know, kind of on the fence. He said, we will see. He's called their talks productive. But yeah, Trump said he wants to find out what they're doing with them, where they're sending them. I would ask some questions. I'm not looking to escalate that war. So he's, you know, it's there on the table whether he actually goes and sells the weapons through Europe. I mean, what do you think?
It's going to be interesting. You know, in the sporting world, it doesn't matter if you have men against men or women against women. When somebody has stepped over the line, we can all police ourselves. We all know that was a step too far. Either things got a little bit too physical too quickly, or we know when something was, when a whistle should have been called. And I think that with the Ukrainians having Tomahawks, it can escalate it. Now, you could ship them, or you could say you're going to ship them. You could ship them and then do nothing.
Yeah.
And that might send a message. But once you indicate that they're in the playing field, I think it changes the dynamic. And I don't know that there would be a temptation to resist for too long. Or I think the temptation would be to, how long will I be able to hold out before? Let's face it, I know I'm going to use this at some point. And that's when I think it changes.
And I think there's been a lot of hesitation when it comes to the Tomahawks, but we can't forget NATO and Europe hesitated a lot when it came to any weapons going to Ukraine, over tanks, over F-13 fighter jets. The whole time, everyone has been hesitating.
And Biden hesitated as well, didn't he, when he was in office, about letting the Ukrainians defend themselves and fight.
Biden did exactly the same thing. Europe has done the same thing, really struggled. The coalition of the willing, it talks about talks and nothing actually develops. So there is a hesitation with these. And the reason there's a hesitation with these is because they have the ability to carry a nuclear warhead. Another argument is they have to be operated by US troops because they're quite technically difficult to use. And what Moscow's saying is, okay, you bring in these Tomahawks, but that's an escalation because nuclear warheads can be used and America essentially are involved because you have your men operating these missiles.
The other unpredictable aspect is Vladimir Putin. So you could argue that you have rational leaders throughout Europe and in the White House. But because of how this war started, with Vladimir Putin deciding he was going to invade Ukraine, if you put Tomahawk missiles onto the playing field, what will his reaction be? And that, I think, scares a lot of people. So you don't want to escalate it unnecessarily because you don't know if the man whose birthday it is today is going to then take it up another notch. And that's where I think it becomes so untenable. It's not as though you're having regular ceasefire talks with Vladimir Putin, right? You don't really, I think, get a sense of where his mind is and what it is that he wants presumably he needs to be able to declare victory to some extent because of how much this war has cost his people. But you still don't know what it is that he wants in the short term and what he's comfortable saying publicly he wants.
It's very shades of Cuban Missile Crisis, isn't it? The brinkmanship, the constant sort of moving forward and the misinformation. Because as you said, they're not having conversations. They're not talking because Donald Trump would be saying we're talking on the phone, but yeah, those conversations are just not taking place.
Yeah.
And earlier I spoke to Tobias Alwood, defence and security analyst, and he made a really good point to me. He said basically Trump has no idea what Russia is up to. They've lost control of what Russia's actually doing because, as you say, those talks are not happening. And we've seen that President Putin today has held talks with Turkey's Erdogan. He's held talks with India. He's held talks with so many different people. Yeah. And right now, where and what is next if these tomahawks come in? And it's very difficult because we know Donald Trump tried to bring Putin out of isolation, had that Alaska summit. So right now, like you said, it just feels we don't know where we are when it comes to the situation. And is an escalation right now the right thing to do? It's a difficult one to answer.
And even Vladimir Putin a few days ago was quoted as saying that he thinks the U.S. should not, but he also thinks that he knows Donald Trump well enough, who he said likes to shock. He thinks Donald Trump won't sell Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine. So Vladimir Putin seems to think he knows the players. I don't know that he necessarily does, and certainly giving the Ukrainians Tomahawk missiles would change the dynamics.
I'm not sure as well that Putin fully understands the humiliation that he put Trump through post-Alaska. You know, he was given the red carpet treatment. We discussed it on the show. He was given the flyby. He was given all of this.
Went in the car with him.
Yeah. And
in
then,
the Beast, yeah.
And then he turned around and just absolutely kind of, you know, blew things up in Trump's face. I don't think, for as much as Putin thinks he understands Trump, I don't think he fully understands the gravity of the attack on his ego that was.
I also agree with that, but it is somebody's birthday today. It's Vladimir Putin's birthday today. He's 73 years old. I can't believe that in many respects. He got a birthday card from Kim Jong-un, the leader of North Korea. I think big questions are being asked right now. What happens in Russia the day after Vladimir Putin? And this is something that many people are trying to speculate on.
There's no clear succession, is there?
There really isn't.
No.
And when you stop and look at it, 73, and he looks like he's still a vibrant man.
Absolutely.
He could go another 10 years. And that's an awful long time for one man to be in charge. He needs, obviously, to save face coming out of this, at least with his own people, coming out of this war, whenever the end is for this. Now, this is also day 1,321. And I think he needs to figure out what is going to happen afterwards. There's an awful lot of money, Russian frozen assets around the world. I'm sure he would like to get to a place where he has normalized relations with a few countries beyond just India and North Korea and China. So maybe he needs to then start, after the war, sort of rehabilitating his image. And part of that might be sort of appointing a successor as well. But that seems so far off from where we are right now.
But it's always interesting when you look at somewhere like Russia, where they've had one leader for so long, the succession underneath is very difficult because they won't appoint anyone in case that...
It's a threat.
It's a threat. So you normally see a big vacuum. And it'll be quite interesting to see what happens to Russia post-Vladimir Putin.
With this power vacuum, I think you're going to have a lot of people who want the job.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be fascinating.
It's going to be fascinating. Yeah, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now to another story. And President Trump has threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act, which will give him the legal power to deploy troops to cities he deems war-ravaged and also lawless. Meanwhile, officials from Illinois went to court to stop the US president from sending the National Guard to Chicago. Take a listen to what the governor of Illinois had to say.
I refuse to let Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, and Gregory Bovino continue on this march toward autocracy. Their plan all along has been to cause chaos, and then they can use that chaos to consolidate Donald Trump's power. They think they can fool us all into thinking that the way to get out of this crisis that they created is to give them free rein. Well, that plan will only work if we let it. The state of Illinois is going to use every lever at our disposal to resist this power grab and get Noem's thugs the hell out of Chicago. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid, and I won't back down.
So J.B. Pritzker there, not afraid, not going to back down. He's pretty up for it, by the sounds of it.
It sounded like from the film Untouchables.
Almost,
what he
wasn't it?
was saying. It was very, very Hollywood, yeah.
Yes, he's up for whatever's going on. But, Michael, what's the latest? Trump's escalating the clash. What is the latest that he wants to do?
So he's threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807, which would allow him to bring military troops, American military troops, onto the streets and to fight crime, or the criminal insurrectionists, as he and Stephen Miller have referred to them. Now, as the left-leaning member of the panel, I would have had no problem with this happening because I think the National Guard is a good deterrent, just the presence. But what he should have done with Donald Trump, if I were his advisor, and I know that this is not in keeping with Project 2025, but if he was saying these are the top 10 most dangerous cities in America, Democratic and Republican, and I'm going to send the National Guard into all of those, it would be more difficult for Democrats to argue against that. And then he would also need Republican governors and Republican mayors to be aligned with what it is that he wanted to do. But he's so clearly going after Democratic cities and Democratic states. And that's where I think it's difficult for critics to see the reasoning why he would want to do this other than for politics.
It's an interesting point to make, but we have seen the National Guard in Texas too, which is traditionally red. So there have been some Republican states that have seen the National Guard. But Gemma, why is Trump trying to deploy the National Guard to US cities? I think a lot of people want to know what the root cause of all of this drama in many respects is.
Well, there's what they say it is, which is under the guise of crime and immigration crackdown, and then there's the reality, which is flexing his muscles in blue states. Kind of owning the libs, I think, is the phrase that they tend to use quite a lot. Getting their own back on Democrats who they blame for the White House shutdown. You know, it feels like it's payback time. To employ another kind of Hollywoodism in all of this. Now, I think what's so interesting is that the cities that he's deployed to, they're all saying, we do not meet the legal requirements. What is happening in our city does not meet the legal requirements for you to send in the National Guard. But we've seen the rhetoric from the White House. It has amped up like crazy. You know, Trump has called these cities like a war zone. White House advisor Stephen Miller said in Portland, they've been subjected to 100 nights of terrorist assault, doxing, murder threats, violent attack, and every other means imaginable. And White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson cited ongoing violent riots and lawlessness. The language is inflammatory, and actually, the Oregon senator has urged protesters not to take the bait. He's like, it's very obvious they're trying to rile you up. They're trying to get you to do the things that they're already saying that you're doing.
It's quite interesting because I spoke to a Republican earlier and he said that the reason they're doing this is because leftist woke ideology gave them no choice. They had to go and do the job. Thankless job, but it was a job they needed to do. And my argument is, how do people feel living in that city? Because what Errol Markov said to me earlier was it's not the wealthy in these cities that are subjected to the violence. It's the 25% who are not wealthy. And that's who they want to protect, because who's under threat at the moment. And that might be a valid argument.
So there seems to be some inconsistencies with how they're operating. In D.C., the National Guard seem to be walking around very much tourist areas. They were not going into the areas where there was high crime rates. They were very much, again, a presence. In Chicago, it was very different. There were some instances where ICE agents with the National Guard went in and arrested a lot of people. Again, if the White House came out and said, we want the National Guard to be there so that they can protect federal agents, the ICE agents, regardless of what your thinking is with what the ICE agents are doing, that, I think, would stand up in a court of law. But because they're treating them as, they don't seem to be connecting the dots, and I don't understand why, because that's where I think their argument falls short.
And earlier, as I mentioned, I spoke to spokesman for Republicans overseas, Errol Markov. Here's what he had to say when I asked him if he does think it's lawful. Take a listen.
It's our assertion that it absolutely is legal. If you look back at the Rodney King riots in 1992, George H.W. Bush is the one who actually invoked it the last time in regards to that lawlessness. Now, everybody who's a decent person has a little bit of squeamishness when they see federal soldiers or troops going into American cities. But that's not in a situation where you can spin things two ways, but in this situation, we see this as a way to liberate these cities from their current state of affairs. The law is behind us. We have legal precedent as well. If you look at, the history of America in the Civil War, it was the outsiders who shot at the Union. So while these guys are sort of acting that they're some sort of revolutionaries, they're actually taking on a Confederate ethos. We are the federal government. We are the Union. We are the United States of America. And they are the rebels who are seemingly trying to break away from the Union. And that insurrection and or attempted secession, if it's not done in legislature but done at least through action, is immoral and it's unconstitutional. It's anti-American. And those people are American citizens before they're Illinois citizens or Chicago residents. And I think that's the most important thing. Donald Trump is here to take care of the American citizen, and he's doing that, and he has the law behind him.
So that was the answer. He said Donald Trump has the law behind him. He's taking care of American citizens. But the big question is, how sustainable is this? How long can Donald Trump be sending troops into different states? It's a very difficult situation to be in.
So I would contradict a little bit of what he said there, because a judge in Oregon said no, actually, it was not legal what he was doing when he wanted to send troops into Portland. But I do think, to your question, it's not sustainable because I think at a certain point, the Supreme Court will get involved, and I think they will rule. And then I could be wrong. Then the law could be on his side, and then it could be sustainable, because I think that they would find the troops necessary to go into every city they wanted to.
Gemma, just a question on a personal level. I've lived in big cities. I'm a female, not that it makes a difference, but we walk around at night, and I lived in London, and there were times I felt extremely unsafe because there were not enough police on the beat. I didn't feel I had security around me or anywhere I could go to. Phones are stolen so often. Yep. Handbags are stolen so often. We talk about the National Guard. I would probably feel more comfortable in a big city like London if there was more of a presence. And I wonder if this is something that might help people and female just feel more supported in big cities.
Yeah, like sending them into the 10 biggest cities, as you said, with the most crime. And to be a presence on the street, and to know that you or I can walk home at 1 o'clock in the morning. We don't have to put our keys between our fingers, or we don't have to call our friend when we get home, which is what us women say to each other. We don't have to not put our earbuds in because we have to be aware of everything. The idea of like a presence around so that you don't feel that would be absolutely incredible. So it is also a bit of a wasted opportunity that they've created all this drama summer, you know, you could have deployed the troops to make cities safer, because making cities safer is a soundbite we can all get behind.
Definitely, and I would very much be pro that, especially my own experiences of living in a big city, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and like you said, having to take measures, ring your friends, look in glass mirrors to see if anyone is behind you. It's that constant paranoia. So it's not a bad idea. It just feels a bit like a TV show at the moment when it comes to what they're saying, amping up the words and amping up the whole situation.
And I think this is where Donald Trump is in that sweet spot. He likes a little bit of the chaos.
Yeah.
And that seems to be when he responds well. He also likes to be on the attack. And there's a sense of Donald Trump versus the world. Certainly when he's speaking. That's the impression that I get as a listener. If he were to have approached this in a completely different way, where he had said to Congress, I want to find the budget so that we can make sure that we hire thousands of more police officers in all the American cities. Because what you have to remember is the National Guard are military. Their job is not to de-escalate. And in many times when you're in uniform and you're coming into contact with a member of the public, you're going to need to de-escalate. You need to negotiate. And that's not why those men and women joined the National Guard or join the military. And it is the job of a police officer. Again, Donald Trump doesn't want to be a team player all the time. He wants to do what he wants to do. He feels, I'm the president. I have the authority to do pretty much whatever I want. And that's why he signs all these executive orders.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to have to go through Congress. Because even though it's a Republican Congress, he knows he's not going to get most of what he wants.
And it will take more time.
100%.
It's that immediacy that he likes.
And
he says it, he does it. He's an immediate president.
And in his first day, he signed how many hundreds of executive orders?
With his big Sharpie.
Yes.
But a really interesting conversation. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Gemma and Michael tell us their stories of the day. And Michael, yours is about a new law banning loud adverts. I feel quite sad about this. I quite like it when the adverts come on.
Just suddenly blaring at you.
And you're like, ooh.
So what's interesting about this is not that it was a California lawmaker who came up with this idea. It was the aide to a California lawmaker who has a newborn in the house, who's quite upset. And I know it's part of Gavin Newsom's government, so I know how you're going to feel. But this parent of a newborn was bothered watching, I'm not sure if it was Netflix or Hulu or Amazon or YouTube, but in 2010, there was a law for network broadcasters where commercials had to come out at the same volume, roughly speaking, as the show. Now, in California, with some of these streaming services and as well as YouTube, there is no law. And now there will be a law. They have to comply so that the commercial has to be about the same volume as the show itself. So for this aid, the newborn will not be woken up when the commercial comes on and it's so loud, because the advertisers are trying to make sure that we all stay attuned as we, are going to the washroom or we're running to the kitchen.
What about when you fall asleep during a binge watch? What's going to wake you up now? There's nothing to wake you up, is there?
But I also think it's a bit of a buzzkill, isn't it? Because I always quite like the adverts. They are catchy. And sometimes, I'm an advertiser's dream.
You are, but sometimes when it's blaring, it's quite jarring. It is quite jarring.
I would say this, though. If you've watched enough YouTube, and most of my TV watching is YouTube, the ads are not entertaining. They are not. They are dead boring.
But I just want to say something. You can pay for the service that doesn't have the ads.
Yes.
You can pay for Netflix without the ads. You can pay for YouTube without the ads. And I dare to say it, but I reckon this man who's passed this can probably afford to do that. Just saying. Michael, no
His
comment.
newborn got woken up.
Oh,
so,
gosh, yeah.
Samantha is the newborn's name.
Right, okay. Samantha, when your newborn wakes up, you are in the depths of despair, so yes.
No, you don't upgrade your service, change the whole law. Okay, fair. Only in California, I must say. But moving on. Gemma, yours is about spooky season.
Yes.
And it's starting early in the Kardashian household.
Too early.
Okay.
So Khloe Kardashian has been all over social media, showing off her very lavish decorations, as you can see. You know, we've got towering skeletons. We have the front of the house decorated. We've got, you know, pumpkins all around the fireplace. Halloween is one night for starters. It should not be decorating from the beginning of the month. Like, I'm completely against that. But for me, it opens up the wider issue of the commercialization of autumn, which kind of I'm not really into. You know, I feel like summer is commercialized. You know, you have to buy new outfits and you pay for your summer holidays and you know, summer skincare and all of this. Winter is commercialized because of, you know, festive seasons and the snow. Leave autumn alone. Stop trying to commercialise autumn with your pumpkin spice lattes and your fall girl aesthetic and all these hauls that I'm seeing all over social media where people go out and buy absolute rubbish, you know, spending hundreds of dollars on little bowls that are shaped like pumpkins and things. I think you're going to use them a couple of times and then they're going to go in the cupboard and collect dust. So, yes, for me, Khloe Kardashian has become the epitome of the commercialization of autumn, and I don't like it.
Well, I would argue with that because I'm a very keen fan of the Kardashians.
Yes.
Never missed the Kardashians. I still always watch it after all these years. Khloe's my favourite. I've always loved Khloe Kardashian. And Khloe Kardashian is such a lovely mother, and a lot of the stuff she does is for her children. She has so much money. She's got 2 children, and she does this so the kids can have a fabulous Halloween, and then you see all the other kids come around from there's a big Kardashian family. And why not be able to celebrate Halloween with your cousins and your siblings and make it a thing? And they've got so much money. What else are they going to do with it? I wouldn't mind going to Khloe Kardashian for Halloween and getting some of that junk, because I bet it costs a lot.
I'm being an autumn Scrooge, aren't I?
Well, I was going to say, you're almost sounding a little bit like the old man yelling, "Get off my lawn."
I'm perfectly fine with that when I'm yelling at Kardashians to get off my lawn.
Well, I think everything's being commercialised, and that's what makes me a little bit sad. Christmas is commercialised. It's not about religion anymore. You know, we go into the shops and it's about spending money, which wasn't the reason for Christmas. Valentine's Day's commercialised. You know, Michael, all of it is. But I think, OK, well, if everything is, give Khloe the opportunity to have
I really think that it's up to the individual. And I don't see that Christmas is, yes, I can see why people would say Christmas is commercialized, or Halloween, or Starbucks and their pumpkin spice latte, or Valentine's Day. But I really do think it's what you want to sort of get out of it. And it's what you want to, what matters to you, and the fact that you're going to go into seeing people's houses on Halloween. You know, one of the big things that people really care about is decorating before Christmas. And if they're putting a big effort and they want, you know, they'll put stuff up, you know, maybe December 1st or the first week in December. Why can't a new tradition start with Halloween where, and let's face it, sometimes those spooky setups in front of people's homes are so much more entertaining than, you know, Santa Claus in a sled that does nothing.
There's some real junk Christmas decorations that go up. I'm not going to lie.
And now autumn's heading in the same direction.
Like
save autumn.
The blow-up Santa coming down the chimney, it's just pretty horrendous.
Just the legs that are sticking out. Yeah.
But anyway, thank you so much to today's guest, Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Prickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Terrorist will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, world leaders urge Hamas to release the Israeli hostages still being held on this, the second anniversary of the Palestinian militant group's attack, which triggered the war in Gaza. Coming up, we'll have the latest on the diplomatic efforts to end the conflict. We'll also have the latest on the humanitarian situation on the ground there in Gaza. Hello and welcome. Today, the 7th of October, marks 2 years since Hamas attacks on Israel, which triggered the start of the war in Gaza. Well, more than 67,000 people have lost their lives in the war-torn strip, many of them women and children. Well, despite day 2 of talks in Egypt aimed at bringing the conflict to an end, Israel continues its deadly strikes on Gaza, resulting in further civilian casualties. Well, in Israel, families are still waiting for the return of their loved ones. 48 hostages, of whom 20 are believed still to be alive, are still being held by Hamas. But in the context of the renewed diplomatic efforts and President Trump's 20-point plan, could we be close to reaching an end to this deadly war? Well, let's get the latest on the situation on the ground in Gaza. We can speak to UNICEF spokesperson James Elder, who joins us now from Khan Yunis. Thank you very much indeed, James, for speaking to us. We last spoke in June, and I'm just wondering what's changed there in Gaza since you were last there. How's the situation evolved?
Well, Tom, it always gets worse, unfortunately. It's a cumulative effect because you've got people who have been pushed to their knees. They've seen their homes destroyed. They've had denials of food, water, medicine. We've got a famine in the north. And amid all of that, as all your viewers know, the indiscriminate attacks don't finish. So, again, mass displacement of people. I think it's very important. Displacement, there's something about that word. It sounds abstract. It sounds neutral. It's not. It's violent. It's repetitious. And it's ongoing for many, many people. So even since the weekend and all the statements, we've had, 15 or more children killed, heavy airstrikes over those few days in the north, heavy here in the south. So people are hanging on, Tom, but it really is only hanging on. There is a collision here amid Palestinians, a collision of great trauma, great loss, and then deprivation of all those basics that people need. So, they're holding on, but honestly, as a woman said to me today, she doesn't know for how much longer.
Yeah, I mean, one of the questions being asked is why hasn't Israel stopped its strikes on Gaza in accordance with that deal? And I just wanted to hear from you, what's the level of aerial activity above Gaza right now? Are strikes being carried out near where you are?
Today, yes, absolutely. Today was particularly bad. Constantly hearing the sound, I guess, of F-16s and airstrikes. Drones always, but airstrikes heavily. Very, very kinetic morning. So, yeah, without a doubt. And in the north, where I'm always in touch with people, I was in the north last week. Intense bombardments, not seeing any concrete change, unfortunately, when it comes to that level of military activity. And remembering so many people in the north, tens of thousands of children, and this brutal, contradictory logic that people can somehow leave. They have lost everything. They haven't got the financial means. Many of them have got wounds, or they've got an elderly parent or a child who's an amputee. They don't have the financial means to move south. They know that if they get south, they don't have a tent. They know how overcrowded it is. And they also, Tom, know that frequently these unilaterally declared so-called safe zones are also victims of airstrikes. So people don't have a choice about where to be here, because that thing that UNICEF has been saying now for 2 years, nowhere is safe in Gaza, is demonstrably true.
And just tell me about your trips to the hospitals there. I mean, what sorts of injuries are you seeing? And I'm particularly interested to hear about the children, because that's obviously the focus of your work.
Oh, look, Tom, I'm in hospitals all the time. They're war zones. I don't know. If I think just to a 30-minute period last week, literally 30 minutes at Al-Aqsa Hospital, beg your pardon, in the middle area in Deribala. I walked straight into a tent outside because, of course, the hospital is overflowing. It's way beyond capacity. There are 3 children in there who've all been shot by quadcopters. I go into the main hospital, it's children and the wounded on the floors, you know, the scream of people because of that lack of painkillers, but the floors, hospital corridors are awash with the wounded. There's a boy who'd been shot earlier in the day at one of these GHF militarised sites. His mum was saying he'd been on the ground for 5 hours. Finally, they got him onto a stretcher, and when they did, another child took his place in the hospital corridor. A little 5-year-old girl, Sham, she came in, she'd just been pulled from the rubble. The look of fear, terror on her face, and of course all the ash and smoke, dust all over her. She was lucky. Doctors got to her quickly. She didn't have internal injuries. She didn't have any broken bones. But she also hadn't been told that her mum and her sister were killed in that strike. And then I went in, Tom, to what is basically a makeshift ICU. And there's a little girl in there, Aya, and I was looking at Aya because, you know, she's in intensive care, but she had these little hair bobs in. You could see the level of care that someone had spent on Aya on the morning before the airstrike. And as the doctor was speaking to me about her situation, her medical situation, Aya died. She just died. That's half an hour in a hospital, Tom, and that's by no means irregular.
Right, and I mean, as you paint the picture there of a desperate situation 2 years today since, the violence really kicked off there in Gaza, and, hard to imagine how people have the cash to buy any supplies. And, even when we spoke a couple of months ago, you said that food, water, sanitation, all very, very challenging, presumably worse. And now winter's on the way. I mean, a deal cannot come soon enough for the people of Gaza, can it?
No, it really can't. Hey, everyone always asks if people hope. Palestinians are very savvy to international relations. They saw hope time and time again extinguish in 2024. But they've been denied, homes and healthcare and the ability to protect their children, the ability to feed their children. They've been denied dignity. They're holding on to hope. But yeah, as you say, on cash, I mean, there are things in the market, but the prices, I've had families explain that they go into a market to look at vegetables, to window shop for food. Now, I also did spend a lot of time today with families who get UNICEF cash assistance, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of people. It's a game changer. A particular woman, Rania, her baby was severely malnourished. She got the cash, she bought the foods, we got her to a nutrition centre. When I met that little baby today, that's an energised little baby. So cash is a game changer for people here. Ever more so because whatever does come in the markets, as you say, it's winter coming. People need that winter clothing. They left with so little. People have been displaced so many times. So winter means rain. They both mean cold. They mean even more need for people to have cash and to access whatever they can in the markets. And of course, for agencies like UNICEF to be able to bring in as many winter supplies as we possibly can.
Right, so as you're saying, cash would be one way, and obviously you give an idea there to people who might be watching, wondering how they can help. That would clearly be a useful thing for people to donate towards. Just lastly, I mean, 2 years of destruction today, 2 years of violence. I mean, what sort of a collective psychological toll has this taken on Gaza's 2.2 million people?
It's a great question. I mean, unprecedented, and that's the words that a child psychologist would use. And child psychologists are also very worried when this all does end. Please make this end. When this ends, that it'll somehow get worse for a time because people have a moment to breathe. They'll have a moment to go back and see the rubble and to realise, to reflect on having lost a mum or a loved one or a daughter. So we're in uncharted territory when it comes to trauma. UNICEF's never spoken before about every single child needing mental health support. So all the more reason why this needs to end, and it needs to end today, because it's very hard to treat those children for that trauma when it's ongoing, when they're still in a tent tonight, when they're still hearing the F-16s overhead. It's not a cliche when I talk about why Palestinians also have hope, because of their ability to bounce back. There's something in that ability over years and all the atrocities and all the crises Palestinians here have faced. there is something real, and that foundation is education. That's one of the highest literacy rates in the world. That's the teachers, the doctors, the nurses, the engineers, the computer scientists. There's a reason during the ceasefire, you know, supermarkets were suddenly full and friends would tell me they were having cake and cappuccino. It's because they've got systems in place to bounce back with, and those systems are based on education. So there's a good, you know, real reason to be hopeful there. But those systems, that education, that healthcare, those families, that agriculture, they're all under attack. So Palestinians don't know how much longer they can hold on.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us on what sound like very difficult circumstances. UNICEF spokesperson James Elder in Khan Yunis, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Tom.
We're joined now by Greg Karlstrom, who is the Middle East correspondent for The Economist, who joins us from Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, The Economist has been pretty clear in its position. Earlier on in the year, The Economist called for a ceasefire and an end to the war in Gaza. We'll pick up on that in a moment. But just first of all, does it look to you like an end is now in sight?
I think we still don't know. I think we are closer than we've been at any point in the past 2 years to an end. But it's not clear yet if Israel and Hamas are resolving some of the substantive disagreements they have relating to this 20-point ceasefire plan that Donald Trump has put forth. There are a lot of things that were either left vague in the initial proposal or things where Israel and Hamas simply do not agree, from the question of Hamas relinquishing its weapons to the extent of Israel's withdrawal from Gaza. We've had 2 days now, or almost 2 days of negotiations, but there haven't really been signs of concrete progress on those sorts of issues.
OK, we'll come back to the talks in Egypt in just a moment. I just want to ask you a bit more about the Economist's editorial line on this particular issue. I mean, it's normally quite a cautious publication. And I'm just wondering why The Economist did spell out its opinions on this particular conflict earlier on this year. What prompted that?
I think a number of things prompted it. One was the absolutely appalling humanitarian conditions in Gaza. I mean, we've been talking for months now about famine in Gaza City, about hunger in other parts of the territory. We had a period of months where Israel wasn't allowing any aid whatsoever to go into Gaza. And obviously that was part of why we thought there was an urgent need for a ceasefire to allow more humanitarian aid to go in. But then I think there's another part of it as well on the Israeli side. And when we write these leaders, these opinion pieces, sort of spelling out our position as a publication, we're often trying to pitch them to governments, to people who might read The Economist, who work in various governments. And one of the arguments we've tried to make to the Israeli government for many months now is that the war is not accomplishing anything for them. On a strategic level, they haven't done any more significant damage to Hamas in recent months. They haven't freed their hostages. They haven't come any closer to a sort of durable, peaceful end state in Gaza. And at the same time, they have done grievous standing to their international reputation. You look at the European countries lining up last month, for example, to recognize a Palestinian state. That is a direct result of Israel's conduct in Gaza over the past 2 years. So you put those two things together, what Israel is doing to Palestinians in Gaza and what Israel is doing arguably to itself on the world stage. And it wasn't a very difficult argument to call for a ceasefire.
Yeah, and as well as the reputational damage to Israel, I mean, you think about the 67,000 Palestinians or more who've been killed, a third of them believed to be under the age of 18. And, in terms of what Israel's achieved during these last 2 years, I mean, it's fair to say, isn't it, that one of the direct consequences of these last 2 years of hostilities is going to be an ever longer cycle of revenge and hatred, which in turn will make Israel a less secure country.
And I think both internally and externally. Internally in the sense that, yes, there is an entire generation of people in Gaza now who have grown up, not just in 2 years of war, but in the decade plus of blockade that preceded the war. People who have lived essentially in conflict for their entire lives. And that is going to be obviously an issue for Israel going forward. You look simultaneously at what Israel is doing in the occupied West Bank right now with the expansion of settlements, with the extreme level of settler violence that we've seen since October 7th. All of this making it very, very hard to even think about some sort of a two-state solution or a resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And then you pair that with not just public opinion shifting in Western countries, but public opinion, I think, around the world. I mean, there has been a real hardening of views towards Israel over the past 2 years, and that's going to have long-term consequences for their economy, for their diplomatic relations with other countries, and for what sort of a country they are.
Even today, it's being reported that Israeli tanks, boats and jets have been striking parts of the Gaza Strip. And the Qatari Foreign Ministry raised a legitimate question. They said, why hasn't Israel ceased operations in Gaza in accordance with President Trump's plan? I mean, it's a fair question, isn't it? And one wonders why Israel is disregarding this. And at the same time, President Trump says things look like they're going really well. I mean, what do you make of all of this?
I think, like everything, it comes down to a question of how much pressure is the American president willing to exert on Israel. We saw through the entirety of Joe Biden's presidency that he would make demands of Israel, or he would complain about things that Israel was doing in Gaza, but he wasn't prepared to exert any real pressure. He wasn't prepared to threaten consequences on Israel for doing those things, and so it kept doing them. Trump, we have seen him, particularly over the past few weeks, be more willing to restrain Israel's conduct, but there needs to be sustained focus from the White House on that. It's not just a matter of Trump saying in a single Truth Social post that he wants Israel to stop bombing in Gaza. If he really wants it to stop doing that, he needs to be on the phone with the Israeli Prime Minister. He needs to be applying real diplomatic pressure, and I think that clearly is not happening at the moment. I think Trump very often will say something on social media, will put it out there, and then we'll sort of move on to other things. And that sustained follow-through hasn't exactly been a hallmark of this administration.
Right, and for there to be any chance or for preparations to be made for the release of the hostages, I mean, very hard to imagine that taking place unless there is a cessation of hostilities. I mean, that's got to happen in order for the next thing to happen, which is for the hostages to be freed.
And this has been one of the issues that Hamas has been raising, both in these talks with Israel this week and in negotiations with the Egyptians and the Qataris previously. The hostages are not all in one place. They are scattered in various locations around Gaza. Not all of them also are held by Hamas. Some of them are being held by Islamic Jihad or by other militant factions in Gaza. And so there is a need for a cessation of hostilities, to find them, to sort of bring them out and to hand them over to the Red Cross. That's what we saw back in January when the previous ceasefire took effect. There were periods in the run-up to that ceasefire beginning where Israel agreed to, for example, suspend overflights of Gaza so that there were no planes overhead for certain periods of time throughout the day to facilitate the release of the hostages.
So we talked a bit about the international pressure that Israel and in turn Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are feeling. But in terms of domestic pressure, one poll I saw, I think it was the Institute for National Security Studies, said that 72% of the Israeli public are, quote, dissatisfied with the government's handling of this war. What does that mean, do you think, for Prime Minister Netanyahu post-war?
And it's not just the one poll, right? This is many months of polls at this point, which all find basically the same thing, that 2/3, 3/4 of Israelis want the war to end, and they also want Netanyahu to step down as prime minister. They want early elections. The roadblock to that has always been that members of his coalition are not willing to defect. They're not willing to vote for a no-confidence motion in parliament that would force the dissolution of the Knesset and trigger an early election. Now, what's likely to happen here is if Netanyahu indeed agrees to a ceasefire, some of those far-right members of his coalition are going to leave. They don't want the war to end. They don't want their dreams of rebuilding Israeli settlements in Gaza to be dashed. And if those dreams are dashed, if there is a ceasefire, they're likely to bring down the government. And so what we're seeing Netanyahu do, I think, over the past few days is start to make a pivot towards running an electoral campaign. He thinks one is coming. Perhaps as early as this spring, there might be an election in Israel if there is a ceasefire. And so he is trying to craft a message to the Israeli public that this ceasefire is going to represent a victory, that Israel has achieved everything it set out to do in Gaza, that the final hostages are coming home, and he's going to try to make the case for why he should be reelected. I think that's a very tall order, given, as you say, that 70+% of Israelis are unhappy with the performance of this government. But at the same time, it's not clear yet who is going to run against him, what the opposition is going to look like, and if there is going to be a sort of viable anti-Netanyahu coalition standing in the next election.
And do you subscribe to the theory that once the war ends, Netanyahu's legal woes will catch up with him and that'll spell the end of his political career?
I think you can never count him out. I think if we have learned one thing about him in his many, many decades in Israeli politics, it's that he is the consummate political survivor. I mean, what he has been trying to do, aside from the war over the past few years, is to make those legal troubles go away. It's tried to remove the attorney general, for example, and replace her with someone who might be more pliable, someone who might be inclined to throw the charges out and let Netanyahu go. He hasn't yet been successful in that sort of overhaul of the Israeli judicial system that he's been trying to achieve. So we'll see. I think some of it depends on the timing of an election. If there is a ceasefire in the coming days, if that does trigger the dissolution of the Knesset, then Netanyahu isn't going to be able to make much headway on those judicial changes that he's looking to do. If there isn't a ceasefire, then it could be another year until there's election. One isn't due until, I think, in October of next year. If that's the case, it would give Netanyahu more time to try and make these charges go away.
If President Trump's 20-point plan does deliver, and it does achieve the things that it set out to do, even points 19 and 20 in that 20-point plan that speculate on the future of or a pathway for a Palestinian state. I mean, this is going to go down, isn't it, as being perhaps the biggest US foreign policy triumph in decades, isn't it? Hard to think of anything as significant as this.
If phase 2 of this agreement, the longer term parts about Israeli withdrawal, about new governance in Gaza, and as you say, sort of building up to a renewed peace process of a two-state solution, if that phase 2 actually happens, it would be an enormous diplomatic achievement for the United States, for the Trump administration. You look at Gaza, it has been 2 decades where pretty much everyone in the world has treated it as an intractable problem. Since Hamas took power there in 2007, it was ensconced in power in Gaza. It was blockaded from both sides by Israel and Egypt, and everyone was just happy to ignore it, except when wars flared up, and they were usually quite brief. And otherwise, Gaza was a problem that no one wanted to try and solve. Now, if it can be, if there is a better future on offer for Gaza here, if there is a possibility of new governance, of Gaza being linked back up with the occupied West Bank and under the control of a single Palestinian Authority, and then if that does lead to some sort of progress towards a two-state solution, it's a huge achievement. There's, I think, ample reason to be skeptical that some of those far-reaching parts of the plan are going to succeed, but certainly many, many people in the region hope that they will.
Well, clearly it's going to take time. Just lastly, Greg, I mean, could we be talking here quite legitimately about Nobel Peace Prize winning sorts of achievements?
Well, the timing of that is difficult, I suppose, because the Nobel Peace Prize is meant to be awarded in a few days, and we're not sure what's going to happen with these negotiations in the next few days. But listen, if they meet next year, if the Nobel Committee is meeting next year, and if there has been a change for the better in Gaza, if there is a process of reconstruction, if the ceasefire is holding, and if we are back on the path to perhaps some sort of effort to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, if all of that happens, then I think they can certainly discuss a Nobel Prize.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Greg Karlstrom, Middle East correspondent for The Economist. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to cross to Tel Aviv now and speak to Dr. Alon Liel, who is a former Director General of the Foreign Ministry of Israel, former Israeli ambassador to South Africa. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, sir. I mean, first of all, of course, today is the second anniversary of the 7th of October, the bloodiest single day for Jewish people since the Holocaust. I'd just like to ask what's going through your mind today.
It's a day of mourning for the Israelis, but also a day of summing up the last 2 years. I think, from my aspect as a former diplomat, we see a deterioration, a very serious deterioration in Israel's international standing. This week of the second year of the war, we saw huge demonstrations in Europe. 2 weeks ago, we saw 10 recognitions of Palestine. So I think this diplomatic tsunami is being felt here. And on top of it, we have now this American pressure on us and the Turkish-Qatari pressure on the Hamas that gives some hope that both sides were weakened and both sides can go now to this exchange of hostages and prisoners.
Okay, I mean, it's fair to say, isn't it, on both sides, that the vast majority of people want an end to this bloodshed, don't they?
Hard for me to speak about the Palestinians or the Gaza population, but I think in Israel there is a majority that wants the hostages back in exchange for the prisoners. Among the prisoners, we have prisoners that are there for life, over 200 or 250 of them. But I still see the majority wanting to see this exchange being done. If you ask me about the further stages, if the majority wants to see peace between us and the Palestinians, or two states, or a Palestinian state, I'm not sure at all. But for the exchange that is ahead of us, hopefully in the next week, I think there is a lot of support in Israel.
Just going back to what you said at the beginning about Israel's international standing being damaged, I mean, how do you think history is going to look back on this 2-year chapter? And do you think that damage is permanent?
Good question. First of all, without the long term, I don't remember in other conflicts around the globe, including the struggle against apartheid, because I was then the Israeli ambassador there, this amount of people in the streets, huge demonstrations, huge, all over Europe, in almost every major city in Europe. And I think this change of civil society and public, so much involved, on top of what the governments are doing, is unprecedented, and I think it carries a lot of weight here with what is happening in Israel now. Regarding the long term, I definitely think that it will take us many years, hopefully not many decades, to overcome the damage to Israel, to its image, and to the Jewish people that mostly supported what we did in Gaza. And I think especially if the war will go beyond the hopeful exchange of prisoners and hostages, if the war will go on for months or, God forbid, more, I think it will be defined internationally as a genocide and be very difficult for a small country like Israel and for the Jewish people to carry a genocide on their shoulders.
I mean, given the number of people who have been killed in Gaza these last 24 months, and on top of them, the people they've left behind, the people who've been maimed, the children who've been orphaned, the 2 million or so people in Gaza who've probably been psychologically damaged in one way or another by everything they've seen and endured these last 24 months. Do you think that, when you look at it collectively, is going to make Israel less secure as a country than it would have done otherwise, given the pent-up hatred and given that sense of collective trauma that's happened just the other side of a border fence?
It all depends if we will go from now on toward peace and hopefully reach an agreement or not. If the war will go on and the Israeli military forces will stay in Gaza and in the West Bank, I think we are getting to a point that it will endanger the future of the state of Israel. If on the other hand, this momentum of the negotiations now with the American, Qatari, Turkish, Egyptian pressure will lead us into the negotiations room. And in the room, we will achieve a fair and decent and lasting agreement. I think it'll be easier for us in the future to improve the image, to pay compensations, and to maybe one day overcome the difficulties.
I mean, clearly President Trump has put a lot of energy into creating this 20-point plan, holding, numerous rounds of talks, not least with your Prime Minister last week in Washington. We heard President Trump saying Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza. He said that on Friday, I believe. I mean, that hasn't happened, and I'm wondering why you think Israel is not accepting or is not obliging that request put forward by President Trump.
No, I think it always happened that the timetable that the president gave was not always implemented as he wanted, as he demanded, and even the issue of ceasefire. But I see this more as fine-tuning issues. Generally speaking, Israel can say not, or cannot say not to the United States at this stage. The United States is maybe, with Germany, the only friend we still have on the globe. And if the Americans will be serious into pushing us into this deal of exchange of prisoners and hostages, we have to go along with it. And always we can give an excuse of dates and hours, but this is the direction. The same, by the way, about Hamas. I don't see the Hamas being able to oppose the pressure of its best friends on this globe, Qatar and Egypt. So, in fact, the deal is being done between the United States on one end and Qatar and Turkey, maybe Egypt on the other end. And this was done very cleverly because the mediator has to be balanced. And the United States cannot mediate between Israel and the Palestinians. It's too close to us. In the same way, Qatar and Turkey cannot mediate because they're too close to the Palestinians. So building such a group of mediators can lead to the deal. Still, I separate between this ceasefire and exchange of hostages to prisoners and peace. I don't think we have a government, we have a leadership in Israel that intends to go to peace. I don't think with this coalition we can even enter the negotiation room seriously. So I'm quite pessimistic about these hopes that the Trump pressure will lead us to ending the war and to a different future.
Are you expecting a full release of the hostages by Hamas, or do you think it's more likely Hamas will calculate that a partial release would be more prudent in their situation, given that not all deals have been honoured in the past, not all ceasefire deals have been adhered to? What are your predictions?
as it looks now, and as we speak, both of us, they are negotiating in Cairo, and the Americans are on their way to Cairo. So it looks as if both sides at the moment are aiming at an overall deal. I don't know if they can really implement all of it. And I see also a big obstacle in the question of the release of Marwan Barghouti. The Palestinians want him. And for us, he is a symbol, a big symbol of Palestinian leadership. And it'll be very difficult for Israel, for this government to release him. And I think we have to put this question of Barghouti under a kind of a microscope and see if it happens or not. Because if it happens, it's a very good sign that Israel is ready to go a further step into negotiations. And if he will not be released, it means that we want to keep him in jail, because we really don't want to start negotiations.
Okay, I mean, just in terms of where we head to from here, I mean, does it look to you like we're at a stage where we have perhaps more momentum than we've had at any stage during these last 24 months? Is that how it looks to you?
No, we had exchanges in the past.
But this kind of momentum?
Yes, we had exchanges, we had momentums. I think we had 255 hostages and only 48 left. So during the last 2 years, we had exchanges, but this should be the final one. This should be the one that should lead to a ceasefire, to ending the war, and to peace. This we never had. All previous deals were defined as partial, as temporary, and this one is being defined as the deal that should end the war and start a new era. So from this point, it's a very different momentum.
Dr. Alon Liel, former Director General of the Foreign Ministry of Israel, former Israeli Ambassador to South Africa. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Fred Fleitz, the former US National Security Council Chief of Staff under President Trump during his first term. Mr. Fleitz joins us from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again. I mean, first of all, obviously today is the 7th of October. It's the second anniversary of the bloodiest single day for Jewish people since the Holocaust. What's going through your mind today?
It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for describing this horrible day that way, because this was a massacre, and it kicked off this devastating war that has to end. We can't shy away from what happened on October 7, 2023. I see many media outlets really don't want to talk about what happened, and they'd rather focus on one side of the conflict. But on today, we have to talk about what Hamas did, and that's what I've been doing in other media interviews.
Sure. I mean, we're very conscious of examining both sides of the story, and indeed President Trump's efforts to draw a line under the conflict that those tragic events triggered. I mean, does it feel to you like President Trump's 20-point plan is on track to deliver?
Well, it's a remarkable plan. We've seen other plans fail. This plan has the support of key Arab states, the Palestinian Authority, and Israel. Significant compromises were necessary. There is a plan that the Palestinian Authority will eventually administer Gaza after reforms and de-radicalization, and even a pathway to a Palestinian state after significant reforms, which I didn't think Israel would ever agree to. But these were crucial reforms to making sure that America's allies in the Gulf were able to sign on to this. This is what they needed. Now we have President Trump's promise to push this forward and make both sides abide by the deal. I think we've gotten so far because we have in Donald Trump a president who both the Arabs and the Israelis can trust. They realize that he's not going to be fronting for either group. He's going to push for a deal that's fair, and he's going to push Israel to stick to the terms of an agreement.
Right. I mean, obviously, President Trump has a different approach on many issues to many of his predecessors. And indeed, this issue eluded many of his predecessors. So there's every reason to hope that a different approach will yield different results, i.e., a favourable outcome for all parties. It is described, though, as being light on detail. But I don't think that's necessarily a problem, is it? When you look through those 20 points, it's quite a clear framework. I mean, do you think that could be its key feature, if you like, the fact that it is really quite clear and quite simple?
I think it's very clear. Hamas has to disarm. Its weapons have to be destroyed. If Hamas fighters don't want to renounce violence and live in peace with Israel, they'll be allowed to leave the country. Hamas can't play a role in governing Gaza, and I think that's the view throughout the world. This is a terrorist organization that committed a horrific massacre, and they're not going to be part of society in Gaza. And I think that's going to be a red line for the Israelis. But, you know, one aspect of this plan that's unique is that there is a process in the plan to move forward without Hamas. If it won't agree to this, areas of Gaza that have been cleared of Hamas fighters will be turned over to the international force, and a process will proceed to rebuild Gaza and to establish peace with or without Hamas. I hope it doesn't come down to that, but that puts real pressure on Hamas to come to an agreement.
Mr. Fleitz, obviously those talks are taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and we're on day 2 of the talks. And while the talks are happening, Israel is continuing to strike Gaza from the air, from the land, and from the sea. But in your opinion, do you think there needs to be a cessation of hostilities for those talks to bear fruit?
Well, President Trump has asked Israel to stop attacking Gaza. I think the attacks we're seeing from Israel are in response to attacks by Hamas. I know there was a rocket fired on Israel from Gaza today. I think there should be a ceasefire by both sides immediately as these talks proceed.
Yeah, indeed. President Trump said Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza so we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. I mean, very difficult to imagine, isn't it, how you would even begin to go about locating and transferring the hostages under the reign of aerial strikes. And, that's something that clearly needs to happen, doesn't it, for the hostages to be released?
Hamas has to end the war and agree to release the hostages. That's what will bring about peace and stability. And it has been given an opportunity to do that. And our allies, especially Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE, they're just telling Hamas, this is it. This is the final deal. You have to end this war. We're not standing with you resisting a plan that we have endorsed.
I mean, that plan, point number 19, is quite clear when it comes to, putting in place a pathway for the construction of a Palestinian state. And yet the very next day, after discussing it with President Trump last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu dismissed that and said it's simply never going to happen. I mean, does it look to you like he's cherry-picking or worse still, reneging on his word?
Israel has agreed to a deal that says there will be a pathway to a Palestinian state. If Netanyahu thinks that's unlikely, that doesn't mean the agreement of his country to this deal means that they're not including that part of the agreement. This is part of the agreement, but there's some pretty strict conditions. The Palestinians have to be de-radicalized. They have to stop teaching their children to hate and to kill Jews, to destroy the state of Israel. If Israel feels secure, it will agree to a two-state solution. It did so in the past, and this is a plan the Trump administration has said has to include this provision, because if we don't have this provision, we don't have the support from other states in the Middle East.
But one of the things that I just wonder if it worries you, I mean, when it comes to Israel's longer-term security, I mean, when you think about what's happened in Gaza in the last 2 years, 67,000 people approximately, although we don't have an exact number, have been killed. A third of them, we're told, under the age of 18. I mean, hasn't what's happened these last 2 years and the likely cycle of revenge and continuing cycle of hatred actually made Israel less secure by default?
I think Israel is actually much more secure. It destroyed Hezbollah in Lebanon. It significantly reduced the threat from Iran. It has devastated Hamas as a fighting force. I mean, a consequence of this conflict is that Israel's taken on its adversaries, which threaten other states in the Middle East, and has significantly weakened them. So I think this problem with Hamas is that they are a movement. Crushing them is probably impossible over the long term, but maybe with this agreement they can be controlled, and people who don't want to live in peace will leave the region.
I want to ask your opinion on the decision that was made by a number of Western powers to recognize a Palestinian state prior to those conversations in the Oval Office last week between the US president and the Israeli prime minister. What do you think that changed?
Well, I didn't support that decision. Why the British and the French would recognize a Palestinian state without asking for any concessions from Hamas while Hamas is at war with Israel, I think that was a mistake. Instead of doing that, the Trump administration pushed for an agreement that required compromises by both sides and left the prospect of a Palestinian state as a goal in the future if the Palestinians decide to de-radicalize. I wish that's the way these European states had done, because I think they were rewarding terrorism by giving this concession to Hamas without asking for anything in return.
And so for those who say that this added some momentum to the process, this gave some impetus, further impetus to progress to be made diplomatically, you'd say you'd disregard that.
I think that's ridiculous. I think it actually made it harder to negotiate with Hamas.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, the fighting continues. Hostages have yet to be released. Aid is yet to come into Gaza in the quantities that's required. And post-war planning needs to take place. I mean, in the process for all of these things to happen, I mean, what do you anticipate as being the biggest hurdles?
I'm just hopeful that we're at a point when Hamas will agree to release the hostages and put itself on a pathway to peace. My understanding is that there is a division between the political wing of Hamas and the military wing, the fighters on the ground who want to keep fighting. I think the political leaders would like to accept this deal, and somehow we have to get the message through to the fighters on the ground in Gaza that it's time to lay down your arms and agree to peace. That's probably the biggest challenge, and I don't think the U.S. can do this alone. We really need help from our Gulf state allies to find a way to reach these fighters, these leaders in Gaza, to tell them that the time has come for peace, the time has come to release the hostages.
And of all the diplomatic efforts that have been made these last 24 months, I mean, would your assessment be that this is the most promising effort so far towards ending the war?
I think it is a monumental agreement because it has such widespread support. As I said earlier, it was complicated. It required some pretty significant concessions from Israel. It required Israel to apologize to Qatar for the bombing of Qatar. This was really unexpected, but it was because of Trump's belief that we have to work on this together. This can't be a plan that the U.S. forces on the region, forces Hamas to accept, forces Arab states to accept. We have to come forward together.
Could this perhaps be, if it obviously works, could this go down in history as being, the 20-point plan by President Trump, the greatest foreign policy triumph the U.S. has achieved in recent decades?
I think it will be a very significant foreign policy triumph. It obviously qualifies Trump for the Nobel Prize, but that's not why he's doing that. More important, if Trump can pull this off, I think it may provide a model for resolving other conflicts, particularly the war in Ukraine. If Trump can say to Putin and Zelensky, I am an honest broker you can deal with, you know that from what happened in Gaza, maybe he can get Zelensky and Putin to deal too.
Would your prediction be the Nobel Prize will be the 2025 prize or the 2026 Peace Prize?
Listen, I don't trust the Nobel Peace Prize Committee to be fair, so I'm not going to say Trump getting the award is likely, but I simply will say he more than deserves it.
Okay, you say he more than deserves it. I mean, what happens if these negotiations fail? Where does that leave us?
Well, that's actually contemplated in the agreement, that if Hamas refuses to deal, Israel will have America's support to finish off Hamas and to take the rest of Gaza City. Portions of Gaza that have been cleared of Hamas fighters will be turned over to the international force. This will proceed in stages, and we will begin a peace process and the rebuilding of Gaza without Hamas. It may be difficult, but frankly, this war has to end. Hamas will not have a terrorist veto any longer, but it does have an opportunity to make peace on very good terms, and I hope Hamas's leaders take advantage of this opportunity.
Okay, and just lastly, Mr. Fleitz, I mean, President Trump clearly is impatient as everyone else in the world to see this conflict come to an end. He's urging negotiators to, quote, move fast. I mean, are they moving as fast as they could? And what sort of a time frame do you think we're looking at here?
Well, the president gave Hamas 6 p.m. Eastern time to come to an agreement. Now, here we are on Tuesday. Hamas has not come to an agreement yet. Trump still has patience. He is still giving diplomacy a chance. But if it appears that Hamas is actually not going to deal, it's going to make unreasonable demands, it drags its feet, I think Trump's patience will run out.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Fred Fleitz, former U.S. National Security Council Chief of Staff under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Good to be here.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
2 years of war, threats of regional spillover and attacks on a US ally. Gulf nations are grappling with an increasingly unstable and unpredictable Middle East. A new security pact between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan suggests traditional US partners are seeking alternatives. That, according to regional analysts. Is this the start of a regional defence shake-up? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. Could this handshake reshape security in the Middle East? Resources-rich Saudi Arabia and nuclear-armed Pakistan have signed a mutual defence agreement. Aggression against one will be considered aggression against both. Sound familiar? It echoes Article 5 of NATO, leading some analysts to wonder if an Islamic NATO could be on the cards. Even though officials say this deal has been in the works for about 2 years, the timing of the announcement is significant. It came just a week after Israel bombed Qatar for the second time without any fallout from ally the US. On this show, we'll debate if the Saudi-Pakistan defence deal will reshape security in the Middle East, whether Israel's actions and US inaction has damaged the credibility of existing security partners, and if this bilateral mutual defence deal is just the beginning. Joining us to discuss the shifting security dynamics across the Middle East and beyond is Senator Mushahid Hussain Syed, former Pakistani Minister for Communication and Culture and chairman of the Pakistan-China Institute, which is releasing a report on the Pakistan-Saudi Strategic Defence Agreement on September 26th. Jasmine Al-Gamal is joining us, foreign policy analyst, host of the View From Here podcast and a former Pentagon Middle East advisor. And rounding out our panel is Ruth Wasserman-Landi, former Israeli Knesset member for the opposition Blue and White Party and founding co-chair of Knesset's Abraham Accords caucus. To our panellists, welcome to Counterpoints. 5 years ago, those accords between Israel and several Arab countries opened a new chapter for geopolitics in the Middle East, with the US its key architect. Now, a wariness of US reliability and increased Israeli aggression has it on the brink of unravelling. Given rising tensions and instability in the region, it's really not surprising that nations are taking bolder steps to bolster new alliances. So let's begin with you, Ruth. Do you think that the Saudi-Pakistan defence deal is going to reshape the security architecture in the Middle East?
So first of all, good evening, and thank you for having me on this platform. It's an honor. It is a very important thing to take into account in the geostrategy of the region. I think that Pakistan, being a very, very important and powerful country in its own subcontinent, together with the Saudi power and impact on the Islamic Sunni world, is quite something to take into account. And yet, I don't believe that this needs to necessarily be seen as a threat. Why? Because there is zero intent from the Israeli point of view, either vis-a-vis Saudi Arabia or Pakistan, in terms of anything that can be malevolent, given the current situation and or any situation that I can bring to mind. And that is, of course, keeping in mind that there is a huge potential to be had with furthering and further boosting, in fact, the Abraham Accords. And that really depends on the will of the members as to what they are intending to do. If it is to protect one another from any kind of invasion or aggression, then Israel has absolutely nothing to fear, because it has zero intent to be an aggressor towards either one of those countries. There is no reason to be so. And therefore, I see opportunity, potential opportunity possibly for countries in the region as per this new alignment. And of course, we all know that there are many alignments taking place in the region in the current situation, because it does worry many of the role players in the region. And we take that into account, of course.
Senator, what do you make of what Ruth has been saying there? Do you think that Pakistan, Saudi, maybe the region in general, feels confident that Israel has zero intent of being an aggressor?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be in such distinguished company, and I think it's a very topical issue. I would say the context should be first discussed. The context is the volatile, turbulent, transformative Middle East, where conflicts are raging, wars are being launched. And I think the Israeli aggression against Qatar was the turning point for Saudi Arabia. And of course, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have a long track record of a very strong and solid relationship, which extends to the domains of diplomacy and defense as well. And as the lady rightly pointed out, Pakistan's military prowess and Saudi economic strength have a unique combination. And in that context, it's a purely defensive initiative from the two Muslim brothers, Muslim brotherly countries. And they feel that in case, should there be any possibility of threat of aggression, then perhaps they can combine their strengths. I would agree that as of now, we do not see that, certainly not in the case of Pakistan, because our main security threat is confined to our own region in South Asia vis-a-vis India, although we understand fully that India is a very close military ally of Israel. And during the recent Indian war against Pakistan, where the Indians got a bloody nose from Pakistan, by the way, they did use Israel's Harop drones. And some reports suggest that they were being also manned by the Israelis because they're quite sophisticated. But having said that, so far, I think we both, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, have a very good relationship with the person who matters and who has the key to peace and stability in the region. And that is President Donald Trump in Washington, D.C., because he has that kind of ingress in Israel. He has a very close rapport with Saudi Arabia, and he has also a very good relationship currently with Pakistan. So I do not foresee eruption of hostilities as of now. But of course, after Qatar, what happened to Qatar, and the fact that the U.S. was unable to protect Qatar, despite their long-standing defense relationship, despite the Al Udeid base, despite American equipment. So I think the feeling was in Saudi Arabia, perhaps, that they should look at strategic options elsewhere. And Pakistan, of course, is a very feasible alternative, given our relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Jasmine, what do you make of that? How do you view the agreement there? Given the recent events, is this a shake-up of security in the Middle East? And do you think that Washington, the West, Israel, should be worried?
First of all, thank you so much, Melinda. It's good to be back with you on the show and to be in such good company. I think really the two things that we are looking at here when we're talking about this situation are trust and accountability. Those are really the two principles that are driving a lot of what you see happening post-strike on Doha. I understand what Ruth is saying. I understand that on the surface of it, one would think that Saudi Arabia would have nothing to fear because Israel has no reason to attack Saudi Arabia. But the genuine feeling and the prevalent feeling in the region now is, well, but neither did Qatar. This was such an unprecedented thing that happened, and particularly since reportedly the Mossad had provided assurances to the leadership in Doha that they wouldn't be attacked for having Hamas members on their ground. Particularly because those Hamas members had been invited to Doha at the request of the U.S. and Israel. And they were there trying to negotiate an end to the war. And even that didn't stop Prime Minister Netanyahu from ordering that strike on Qatar. So that really shook the region. It really meant that you can trust nothing now. Yes, there's no reason for Israel to attack Saudi Arabia, but what if? That is the question on people's minds. What if? And so they've had to now look outwards and look at other opportunities to bolster their own security. Now, that's about the trust issue. The accountability issue is just as important. the accountability factor here matters, because the fact that Israel did not face any accountability for striking a major non-NATO U.S. ally that hosts a major U.S. base on its territory also has people thinking about U.S. security guarantees and what they actually mean. So if you take both of those things together, I hope that provides, this is, from everyone that I've been talking to in the region, whether my Saudi contacts, Qatari, Emirati, this is what they're saying. They're saying we can't trust anyone. We can't trust the U.S. It doesn't mean that we're going to jeopardize our relationship with the U.S. That's not it. But we are going to take steps to ensure that we are secure, even if we can't trust and depend on the U.S.
Ruth, your reaction to that? Is there a distinct lack of trust?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to answer that. You speak of Israel as the aggressor. And yet I don't see it in that way. And if there is anybody that understands the Qatari double game, anyone in the region, more than anyone in the region, it's Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia ousted Qatar several years ago from the GCC together with other allies because of its double game, because it was playing creating instability, in fact, feeding instability, and then crying about it and pretending to try and be the mediator about it. And really, the GCC countries perhaps know and understand that all too well. Al Jazeera is a tool that was used and is still used against every single one of them.
Things are quite different now, though. And they are working together, a lot of these GCC countries, and they're standing together quite firmly.
So at the moment, they are standing together very similarly to the way that they stood together with Assad after they ousted him. But as we all know, and especially the Arab Muslim country all know, that apart from declarative aspect, there is the de facto aspect, and there is zero trust amidst those role players towards Qatar. And that is the truth and not what is being declared and said. Now, I understand that attacking the Hamas leadership in Qatar is a very significant move. I would not say unprecedented, because very recently the Islamic Republic of Iran did exactly the same. Afterwards, sitting and crying together with Qatar, hand in hand, over their terrible misfortune, which everybody understands is completely hypocritical. But it's not unprecedented. It is, however, very significant, and I totally understand that. However, Saudi Arabia does not harbor Muslim Brotherhood senior leadership or Hamas leadership that plans to eliminate rhetorically and in terms of attempts de facto on the ground, rape, murder, and massacre Israeli civilians. They don't do that. In fact, they outlawed the Muslim Brotherhood because they well understand the dangers of the Muslim Brotherhood, like the UAE, like Bahrain, like Egypt, like Jordan. And therefore, Israel will never, ever take any kind of aggressive step towards any country, because its idea was not to attack Qatar at all. It was just to hurt those leadership. And whoever understands in military, like the gentleman sitting over here, who is an expert, and Jasmine, who is also an expert, they know that the equipment used was very, very precise. I would say even too precise, which is why the actual operation failed.
So, sorry, Ruth, can I just step in here real quick? Because I just want to get to this point that you're not really addressing the points that I made, which is that Hamas was asked, that Qatar was asked to host Hamas for these negotiations. And in fact, when Qatar tried to expel them last year, both Israel and the US asked them to keep them in that territory. So this is a really important point here, because I'm not, there's no love lost for Hamas when I talk when I talk about them, and obviously what happened on October 7th was unequivocally abhorrent. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the fact that Qatar was asked to host Hamas, that these Hamas members, some of whom had flown into Doha earlier that morning, were there to specifically review a proposal to end the war presented by Steve Witkoff, the U.S. envoy, and were attacked while they were studying that proposal, which makes no sense, because then if they're dead, who is supposed to release the hostages, right? So, but that's a whole other story. And then as much as you say that those weapons that were used were light, they did result in casualties, including an innocent Qatari security forces officer who lost his life.
They did result in one casualty, which is very tragic, and Israel apologized for that, and that's terrible. But they were not strong enough to actually kill many people in the building, because they just left the room and they were still in the same building. But that doesn't mean that the death was not tragic. What I do want to say is that the fact that the Hamas leadership, if they had been eliminated in that specific act, the war would have been over immediately, because they are the ones that are maintaining a stronghold, including Qatar, that is playing a double role, a hypocritical double role, vis-a-vis the leadership on the ground in Gaza, actually using the civilians of Gaza in order to have them killed on and on, instead of them being sitting in a 5-star hotel in Doha and making the conditions again and again more difficult to make the negotiation. This is something that would have been completely eradicated had they been eliminated, and the war would have been over. Because if we have our hostages back and we don't have the Hamas armed and saying very clearly that they would like to eliminate us and they will eliminate us and do everything in their power, there is no war with Gaza. We were not in war with Gaza since 2006. Nothing, not at all. On the contrary. Therefore, I believe that the leadership in Doha, sitting with the hospitality of Doha, in Doha, in the 5-star hotels, while their people are actually on the ground.
Okay.
This is what prevented any kind of movement with a negotiation.
Okay, I just want to pivot us back to...
That's not true. I know we need to get to the senator, but Ruth, we can't sit here and pretend that Prime Minister Netanyahu is not the reason that there hasn't been a ceasefire. Your own press has reported repeatedly that Netanyahu is the one who has not been willing to sign for the negotiations because he knows he would lose his coalition and then be subject to the full extent of the law inside of Israel. So let's please be honest about the role of Prime Minister Netanyahu in the negotiations.
I'm very honest. Jasmine, I'm very honest. And as I was introduced, I'm in the opposition to Netanyahu. I don't belong to Netanyahu. I don't represent Netanyahu. And actually, I disagree with him on a lot of aspects. But he is not the reason why the negotiations are not moving forward. In fact, he brought many of the hostages back. I'm not a spokesperson for him. Again, I don't belong to his party. But if you want to tell me that the Hamas is a pure, and the Qataris are a pure mediator in this negotiation, then honesty is something that we should rediscuss and redefine from the beginning of this conversation.
Okay, we're not going to get too bogged down in the Israel-Gaza negotiations as such. I want to pivot us back to this security arrangement in the region a bit more broadly and bring in the Senator here for your views on what we've been hearing there, Senator. Also, you say that this is a deterrence arrangement, but you know, even that sort of heated discussion as we're talking about how tense this region is there any concern from Pakistan that it could find itself dragged into this regional conflict through this mutual security agreement?
Before I answer your question, let me just interject the discussion that was taking place earlier. Because you see, when Israel launched two wars of aggression, I would say, both were done first through deception and then aggression. For example, the attack on Iran was on 13th of June, while Iran was preparing for negotiations with the United States on 15th of June. So there was this element of deception also on the part of both Washington and its proxy, Israel. And then on, as Jasmine rightly said, the Hamas is there by arrangement, and Mossad has been negotiating with Hamas. The CIA has been negotiating with Hamas in Doha with the concurrence of all these countries, like they did in the case of Afghanistan 10 years ago with the Afghan Taliban, who were holed up also in Doha. So again, there was this element of deception. They were getting ready for negotiations on different aspects, including the hostages, and this was done. So this is very clearly a country which is a serial aggressor, because it's not just the genocide in Gaza or Iran or Qatar or Lebanon or Syria or Yemen. So it's a serious, they feel there's a feeling of greater Israel that perhaps erects Israel, as Netanyahu calls it.
The smallest
So
country on the face of the planet is an aggressor and an imperialist. My apologies, it's very difficult for me to hear that a country much smaller than any of the countries we're talking about is the aggressor and an imperialist country. It's completely insane. You can barely see it on the map. A country that every
it's
single
Israel
Arab
plus
and
America,
Muslim
actually.
country
Israel is not
has
alone.
been an
Israel is a
aggressor
proxy for
towards
the
my
United
own
States.
people. My children are
I
not
think if
safe
Israel was
here.
alone
My
was different, but I
children,
think
as a mother,
Israel also pulls the strings in Washington, D.C., as we can see that Trump is helpless in front of Netanyahu, and they gave the green light for everything. So regarding what you asked me about Pakistan's role, we have been playing this role in the region also. If you remember, Pakistan has had a very strong military defense arrangement with different Arab countries in the past. We have been the most active in training missions in mostly all the Gulf countries. In the 1973 Arab-Israeli war, for example, the Ramzan War or the October War or the Yom Kippur War, Pakistani pilots were flying for the Syrian Air Force, by the way. And so we took part in that. And also with King Faisal, we hosted the Islamic Summit in Lahore, where PLO under Yasser Arafat was recognized. So Pakistan has had a very strong, perhaps because of, shall we say, pan-Islamism or Islamic Brotherhood, not Muslim Brotherhood, Islamic Brotherhood or Islamic solidarity. There is this camaraderie among Muslim countries, and Pakistan being a fairly large country, 250 million people with a large professional battle-inoculated armed force with a strong capability, has always been there to help our Muslim brothers during different kinds of conflict. So it's
Senator, if I can
we live in
turn
a
you
very
back
difficult
to-
neighborhood in Pakistan and South Asia. We have faced Indian aggression, and India is, I think, the elder brother these days, ideological bedfellow of Israel, because both have similar ideological proclivities, shall we say.
Turning you back to one final point before we move on to our next segment, whether or not there's any concern from you, from commentators in Pakistan, that with the instability in the Middle East and this new mutual agreement that aggression on one is aggression on both, could see Pakistan drawn in to this conflict if it does spill over?
I think that Mr. Netanyahu, despite the full backing of the United States, essentially he has a mindset of a bully, and he goes for the weak. And I think he knows that, like, when they attacked Iran, they thought it would be a piece of cake. And Iranian gave them a bloody nose. It was a difficult battle for Israel. And the Iranians hit back very hard and broke through the Iron Dome. And Netanyahu was pleading with Trump for peace and for a ceasefire. So I think that he is also aware that who to hit, because I think he hits the weak and the helpless. And he knows countries like Pakistan or Turkey, shall we say, or Iran, have the military strength to hit back and also give them a tit for their tat.
Ruth,
So
your
we don't
response
see that,
before we move on?
right now for that.
I think this is a ridiculous conversation, thinking that a very small country like Israel, you just mentioned that Pakistan has 250 million Muslims. And as I said, and I began my words with a great respect, that Israel has absolutely zero intention of aggression. And on the contrary, all I hear is that Israel is an imperialist country. I didn't laugh when you were talking, sir. I would very much accept your respect to me as a human being and as a person. But you don't have to. It's just a recommendation. But Israel, being an imperialist country, barely being seen on the map with 10 million people, 2 million of whom are Arab Israelis, the majority of which are Muslim, it's quite astounding that we are spending an hour talking about the aggression of a Mr. Netanyahu with countries with such power and such impact, such as the countries that you represent. It almost seems quite astounding that you would see them, such countries, as a threat. Israel does not attack countries in general. Israel responds to attacks, and I can tell you, sir, that our women were ravaged, massacred, burned. Villages, whole villages were massacred with underground tunnels. We were not in Gaza for years. We had absolutely no war, no intention to war. On the contrary, there were people working in the very homes that they ravaged, and people were raping girls and raping women and kidnapping civilians from their beds.
Can we just, if we're going, I mean,
in that situation.
Ruth, you can talk about
aggression.
Exactly everything that you're talking about is also happening across Gaza, across the West Bank. I think we're here to talk about the security implications.
We never burn any Gazans. We have no intention.
You never burn any Gazans? What about the engineering student?
We have
what about the engineering student? Melinda, can you give us a chance to respond?
No intention against any Gazans, on the contrary.
Okay.
The IDF, but I can tell you because I've been there. I don't know when last you were in Gaza, but the IDF is attempting to secure the civilians to leave the places
Melinda,
that are being bombed.
I'll bring you in a moment, Jasmine.
Stay in those very places. Not only are they making them stay in those places in order for them to be sacrificed for PR purposes. I saw this with my own eyes. Not only that, but they break their legs and shoot them in the knees to torture them in the public sphere.
Okay, all right. We're going to have to keep moving this on. We don't want to get too bogged down. Jasmine, I'm going to let you reply. Ruth, we'll leave it there for the moment. Jasmine, your response, and then we're going to move on.
Yeah, I am going to respond. Listen, I empathize and sympathize with what Ruth said about being a mother and fearing for her children. I sympathize with every single mother who has to live in the Middle East and wonder if her child is going to be bombed or burned or struck at a moment's notice. So I want to acknowledge the humanity and the fear of everybody living in that region. It's certainly not unique to Israel, Ruth, but I do understand you and I empathize.
I agree.
I don't want to go in a tit for tat about who burned whom and what and where, okay? There was that awful, horrifying image, Ruth, of the engineering student, Shaban al-Dalu, who was in a hospital bed, basically, with an IV drip, when that camp that he was in, that refugee camp, was struck by Israel, and he was burned to death, and it was on live television.
Jasmine,
so we can talk about
just a moment, Ruth. Let Jasmine respond, because we gave you the time, and we'll let Jasmine respond. Thank you, Jasmine.
This is not about who has suffered more. This is not about zero-sumness. This is about human suffering on a scale that we haven't seen before. And it doesn't have anything to do with the size of Israel, Ruth. Israel is better armed than all of those countries combined in the region. I've worked at the Defense Department. There is a law in the US that we are not allowed to provide any weapons to any Arab country that would give it a qualitative military edge over Israel. That is enshrined in law.
Only technologically.
Qualitative military
technologically.
That's not true. We wouldn't even provide. We wouldn't even
military advantage.
Ruth, if you just let Jasmine finish, because then I'm going to bring the senator in and we need to move on.
Ruth, we had trouble providing Cessna airplanes to the Lebanese armed forces because the Israelis objected to it. So this is not that, and not to mention that Israel is a nuclear power, which I know that you guys don't talk about. But this isn't here. This isn't about ganging up on Ruth. This isn't about talking about anything personal. This is about the fact that there is a strategy on the part of the Netanyahu government to militarily neutralize red lines be damned, international law be damned, rules and promises be damned, everything that they deem as a threat. You're saying that Israel doesn't strike unless it's struck? What about in Syria? They've been striking in Syria ever since Ahmad al-Shara came to power for no reason. He even says over and over again, we are not interested in a conflict with Israel. We want to talk to Israel about a peaceful arrangement, and they keep getting bombed.
But in the meantime, Jasmine, they massacre, rape, and burn Druze, Alawites, Kurds.
Okay, I'm just going to interrupt you there, Ruth, only because I want to keep us on track, and we can't go into the situation in Syria. So I'm going to just put a pin in that one.
Burning, massacring, kidnapping, and raping women. It's crazy.
That's not true, and that doesn't give Israel the right to
Okay, and we're not going to devolve into Syria. We'll have that discussion another day. I'm going to move us on.
It's not true. It's not true that the Sharia's men are burning Christian villages.
Okay, Ruth.
I don't think Syria is the topic of this debate, but I'm happy to talk to you about it another time.
Yeah, correct. Ruth, we are going to leave that topic there because that is a fact that's contested by the Syrian government, and we're not going to debate Syria today. We're going to keep our focus on
that was Al-Qaeda, you mean?
Okay,
Ruth, let's just move on, please.
Yeah, we're going to focus back on the security arrangements, particularly with this new deal.
7,000 Yazidis were kidnapped by those same.
There's too many issues for us to get bogged down in everything. So I'm going to keep us focused on the topic at hand. Now, even though we have been talking about,
let's obsessively be focused on Netanyahu.
Okay, Israel's Doha strikes, though, were widely perceived as a strategic failure. You said so yourself there, Ruth, that it wasn't a huge success. It failed to take out the Hamas leaders in Doha, but it also raised questions about US willingness to prevent attacks on its Gulf allies. And now, with Saudi Arabia's mutual defence pact with Pakistan, that timing seems significant. So, Senator, let's bring ourselves back to the topic at hand, this mutual defence pact and what it means for the region. Do you think that Israel's strikes on Doha were a turning point for the region? And do you think that the announcement, even though this pact has been in the work for years, that the announcement and the actual signing of this deal is significant?
Yes, I'll respond to your question, but I just want to make a comment on the earlier discussion. I didn't want to interrupt, but on an average, Israel has been killing one child every 1 hour during this Gaza genocide. And as far as the Palestinians are concerned in the occupied territories, whether it's the West Bank or Gaza, Israel is an imperialist and a neo-colonialist power, because they are subjugating the weak and oppressing the Palestinians and depriving them of their inalienable right of self-determination. Just to set the record straight. Coming to this question,
the record
is very clear because.
I'll come to you after this, Ruth.
Major
Senator,
non-NATO military ally. Yes. Qatar being a close ally, hosting the biggest American military base in the Middle East, 10,000 troops, also a very friendly country, not hostile even to Israel or to any other country. And all these people who are in Doha, Hamas leadership, etc., they are there by prior arrangement with the United States and with the, I would say, even the concurrence of the Israeli regime. So given that context, when that red line was crossed, I think that two things happened concurrently in the Gulf countries' worldview. One was that the main threat to their security, they would say, is now Israel, given what Israel's track record is, especially in the past couple of years. And secondly, I think a loss of faith in Washington, D.C. Already the so-called oil for security arrangement had fallen apart earlier, and Saudi Arabia had suffered that in 2019 when some of the oil installations were attacked in 2019. I think Trump was again president then. The U.S. withdrew their Patriot missile batteries from there. So the U.S. is not seen as a credible, reliable, net security partner. for these countries. Okay, notwithstanding their official alignments, I think it's a sophisticated bribe to Trump. They're giving so much money, $2 trillion and so forth, but it's not helping them. When it comes to the crunch, the U.S. Just looked the other way. And I would say there was a wink or a nod from Washington to whatever Netanyahu is doing. Somehow the Israeli lobby is so powerful. And I think maybe Trump is also being blackmailed by them on the Epstein files or whatever you call it. So I feel that he's helpless in that. He just cannot do anything. He does speak up and says, but even on the ceasefire, which Hamas had agreed, Witkoff had made an arrangement, it was sabotaged by the Israeli regime, by Netanyahu. So given that context, I think they've reached a conclusion that, okay, notwithstanding their posturing that the U.S. is still a friend and ally, I think that there's a lack of trust now in the United States, as Jasmine rightly pointed out, and they don't see the U.S. as a reliable, credible partner they can rely in a crisis. So they're looking at other options, and of course, Pakistan has had, as I mentioned, a very strong old relationship. And as we demonstrated when India attacked Pakistan, we gave them a bloody nose. They're 5 times our size, but we have a very professional force, highly motivated armed forces, and we sorted them out well and proper in May. And then when Israel did the same with Iran, the Iranians were shaken up in the first few days because their military high command and nuclear scientists were decimated, which also I would say would be an act of terrorism. If Iran did the same with the Israeli scientists in Tel Aviv, they would say it's an act of state terrorism, but nobody said a word. And even Chancellor Merz of Germany said, Israel is doing a dirty work for us. It is quite shameful how the Europeans have behaved on this issue. But having said that, so I think that
of course
overall
it's
there's
shameful,
a
but Saudi Arabia would not think the same
and I think
like
you're
you.
seeing a realignment,
Saudi Arabia
and
will
especially vis-a-vis Israel, vis-a-vis the United States, and looking at other strategic options.
Ruth,
And
your
Pakistan
reaction,
is seen
but
as
I
a
also
credible option and
Ruth,
a credible partner.
Your reaction to that, but I also want to ask you, Ruth, if you think that the attacks on Doha have forced countries to come together against Israel. Is it almost as if Israel's forced their hand to take maybe a more proactive posture in the region?
I think that we are talking in 2 levels. One level is the real level, and the other level is the completely hypocritical level. We all know, we all sit here and we all know very well that Qatar is not only an aggressor towards Israel, not in the military sense, but in the economic sense. It is a very serious aggressor towards the entire Western world, not to mention countries that are in the region. For example, Egypt, Jordan, and others, because it instigates, incites, and encourages Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas-oriented, and other extremist Islamist groups that are infiltrated into institutions, political echelon, football clubs, and other cultural institutions throughout the West and in the region. In fact,
whether or
Qatar
not Israel was justified in its attack, I'm just curious as to whether you think the attack itself has maybe caused this coming together, more of a proactive sort of military stance against Israel.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that the Arab League countries have a lot in common with one another. Declaratively, they state a lot of brotherhood. I spent 3 whole years in Cairo. Not that I was allowed to set foot in the Arab League, God forbid, because I'm an Israeli despite the peace agreement of several decades. But there was absolutely no agreement amidst the members of the Arab League. There is a lot of hatred. There is a lot of killing and massacring and a lot of pretense and talk of solidarity. And one example is what had happened with Assad on the one hand, who was very much a proxy of the Islamic Republic of Iran that did exactly the same thing in Qatar and yet sat and cried together with the Qatari leadership. And you are talking about attacking a weak partner. There was nothing weak about the Islamic Republic of Iran with so many of its proxies like the Houthis, that didn't only hurt Israelis and Jews. It's not about Israel and the Jews. It's a pretext. Netanyahu is a pretext to deter attention away from the real threat, and that is the rising Islamist extremism, which is also threatening Egypt and Jordan and Saudi Arabia and the UAE and the West. It's not about Israel. Israel is at the forefront of this terrible, tragic fight. We don't like sending our boys to the front line. We don't like to hurt Palestinian mothers. We have no happiness in this issue. And I hate the fact that a person with an IV attached to him got hurt in a hospital. But the fact that the Hamas was underneath that hospital, planning, throwing, encouraging, enticing, massacring, murdering, burning, and raping our people from underneath that hospital is something that needs to be addressed, and not Mr. Netanyahu. It's very nice to pretend that he's the issue, but he's not.
Okay. Jasmine, what do you say to that? And also, let me ask you another question. We're going to move on to our final segment in just a moment. Do you think that this is happening at this particular point in time, this new strategic rearrangement in the Middle East, because the US has let down its Gulf partners?
Let me answer your second question first, because it's an easy answer, and the answer is yes. Ruth is talking about a lot of internal dynamics in the Arab world, and it's quite true that not all the Arab countries are always on the same page on everything. That certainly doesn't mean that they're not on the same page about the threat that the Netanyahu government and Israel under the Netanyahu government poses to regional security. That's certainly one thing that they all agree on. The second thing I'd like to say is that, honestly, Ruth, it was very difficult for me to stay quiet and not interrupt you during your last intervention, but I did so out of respect. But I do have to say that I find it absolutely malicious and disingenuous to trot out the Islamic boogeyman every time someone attacks Israel. This whole idea that we are fighting this for the West, that Israel is sending our boys in Gaza to die for you in Paris, I completely reject that. That is a propaganda talking point, respectfully, and it is absolutely not true.
We send it because they want to murder our people.
I let you speak, even though it was very difficult for me to stay quiet while you were speaking. So I'd appreciate the same respect from you.
Go ahead, Jasmine.
Okay, you had your opportunity, and you can have your opportunity again, but I will respond to what you were saying. What is happening in Gaza is beyond anything that I've seen in my lifetime. That doesn't make October 7th any less awful and abhorrent and horrific. But what is happening in Gaza today is worse than anything we've ever seen. And it is being live streamed, and we have evidence of it. And it is a shame and a stain on humanity. And it's not just because Hamas is hiding under tunnels. Okay? Multiple doctors have the children that are being sniped in the head multiple times, the boys that are being shot in the testicles when they go into the hospital, and 20 of them show up with the same marks in the same places. That's not because of Hamas. I could go on and on, but I won't, because I don't want Melinda to lose her
because
mind
we
here. I know we
only have a little bit more time, and I want to keep us focused on our topic. So I'm going to move us on so I can bring the Senator back in as well, because when we look at this new security arrangement, since Hamas's October 7 attack, Israel has struck Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Yemen and Qatar in the name of self-defense, according to the Israeli government. And that has, in turn, dialed up the temperature across the region. So in response, we are seeing a lot of diplomatic movement to strengthen positions. For example, Egypt and Turkey are coming together, mending relations and holding joint war games. Senator, I want to know from you, is this bilateral mutual defence deal just the beginning? Are we seeing the groundwork for what some analysts and commentators are calling an Islamic NATO?
Well, I don't like the word NATO, because NATO is a relic of the Cold War, and NATO's role has been very negative, even after the end of the Soviet Union. But yes, there is a feeling that the time has come for Muslim countries or countries which face threats to come together and also beef up their military strength. For starters, of course, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have taken this initiative, which has been, by the way, welcomed from countries like Egypt and Iran also, incidentally. And then you would know that Turkey's aerospace industries is establishing what is called the Khan, K-A-A-N, fighter jets, in which Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and Indonesia are interested. And at the same time, Pakistan and Turkey have a very strong bilateral arrangement on defense issues, on defense joint production issues. And then now Egypt and Turkey are doing the same. So I think this pattern is going to increase bilaterally and also perhaps multilaterally because of Israeli aggression and American inability to leash Netanyahu. And so that knows that America is no longer a country they can rely on. In the past, it was they were seen as American allies and they were banking on Washington. But I think that's no longer the case. In any case, there's a retrenchment of American power. We also in Pakistan feel that the global balance of economic and political power is shifting from the west to the east. It's an Asian century. And also the so-called rules-based international order is unraveling before our own eyes, in any case, because of this hypocrisy and double standards of the West. So, yes, we're moving in that direction.
Ruth, how do you think Israel would view an expanded alliance, an expanded military pact that if Saudi and Pakistan are just the start?
We see the Turkish-Egyptian alliance as potentially very difficult and threatening. I think this is how it should be seen. They are traditional non-allies. In fact, there was a lot of tension traditionally between Sisi and Erdogan. But there was a very, I would call it disturbing war game, as you had said recently, the first one in 13 years. And yes, this is something that is very concerning, particularly since Egypt has not permitted the supervision recently of the peace agreement that we had signed in 1979. And this is something that we find worrying, especially since we value the agreement between us and Egypt as something which is very important and strategically something to maintain. And this is the way that it has been for years. I do want to say that everything that I say is very genuine. I have zero disingenuity in me, and I don't read any talking points. I represent no one but myself. We send our boys to the front line because if we don't, they will kill us, the civilians. And when I say our boys, it's all of us. It's our sons, it's our cousins, it's our nephews, all of us. We have no choice because of our numbers, despite the technological edge. But yes, the West will fight the same war very, very soon because extremist Islamist forces are very much a force in Europe and in Canada and in Australia and in the US. And I'm sure that you know this because you've been inside the institutions.
Okay, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to give a final word to you as well, Jasmine, to round out our panel. Do you think we are going to see a broader and expanded version of this mutual defence pact across the region?
I do. I think you're going to start seeing alliances being formed, maybe out of necessity, but formed nevertheless, because I just want to come back to those two things that I said in the beginning, trust and accountability. And with both of those things having been eroded after the Qatar strike, I think people are starting to think differently. One point that I think hasn't been made, maybe I'll just close on that, Melinda, which I think has huge ramifications, because there is a consensus within Israel and the Israeli military and security and political elite that they can continue towards normalization without having to make any huge concessions when it comes to a Palestinian state and so on. And I think that is going to be somewhat they're going to have to rethink those assessments, because when the Arab countries and the Gulf states, especially now, are saying we are not going to normalize unless you make progress on the Palestinian issue, they mean it. And when a country like Saudi Arabia signs a defense agreement with Pakistan with that nuclear clause and that nuclear umbrella, it allows them to withstand any potential American pressure on Saudi Arabia to enter into a normalization deal that they don't want to, using a U.S.-Saudi defense pact as a carrot. So if the U.S. now goes to Saudi Arabia and says, normalize with Israel, we know we don't want to, but we'll give you a defense pact if you normalize with Israel. Now the Saudis can come and say, we're not in a hurry. We have the defense agreement with Pakistan. We have that nuclear clause. We are going to bide our time, and we are going to normalize when we want to normalize and when we see what we want to see. So I think that's just a point that hasn't been made yet, which I think is quite significant.
Mm-hmm. I could see you wanting to say something there, Ruth. Do you want to make one last final comment before we wrap?
No, I think that what was said by Jasmine is correct.
Well, it has been an impassioned debate, so perhaps it's a good idea that we end on that small glimmer of consensus. These are difficult topics, they're sensitive topics, and so I do appreciate all of you for taking the time to make such insightful responses. It is why we love this show, Counterpoints, because these are very conflicting viewpoints, and we're glad to be able to convey all of them to our audience. So thank you to our panellists joining us on this episode. Senator Mushahid Hussain, former Pakistani Minister of Information and Culture; Jasmine Al-Gamal, host of the View From Here podcast and a former Pentagon Middle East advisor; and Ruth Wasserman-Landi, a former Israeli Knesset member for the opposition Blue and White Party. Thank you to all of you for being on Counterpoints. And thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with all of our latest debates and special interviews by subscribing to Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
The International Criminal Court has indicted Israel on charges of not genocide, but various war crimes, in particular using starvation as a weapon of war. Whether they will be prosecuted, I would say the answer is, the likelihood is zero. It took Karim Khan long enough to file the charges, and I can't see it. The ICC is not a court. The ICC is simply a International Criminal Court is simply a contrivance of the West to prosecute and keep in line non-Western countries. For a long time, the ICC was called the International Caucasian Court.
Our allies in many cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Everybody's now quoting the IAEA, right? They're saying the IAEA said Iran was cheating on some of the aspects of its nuclear weapons program, okay? Well, if you're quoting it, then you must believe the inspections work. You must believe the IAEA is competent to carry out the inspections. So then, what's the problem? It's not an act of faith, an act of trust. Were the inspectors correct about Iraq before 2003 when they said Iraq had no nuclear weapons? There were no weapons of mass destruction? Were the inspectors correct? Well, it turns out they were. So that means the inspections can work and do work, in which case it's not a question of trusting Iran.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Israel's a small country. It's very tribalistic. They all come together in moments of crisis, right? You're telling me that all these Israeli soldiers are posting on the web what they're doing in Gaza. They're posting it. If you're posting it, it must mean you don't fear being ostracized. You don't boast about it, that you're annihilating cities. You don't boast about it if you feared ostracism. You're telling me when the conscripts come home, they don't tell anybody what was going on in Gaza? Israel per capita has the highest usage of the web on our planet, of any country in the world. They didn't see those starving images. They don't see the kids huddled with the pots begging for food. They don't see it. Is that plausible? Is that believable? Is that credible? Of course they know.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Mr. Mark Hughes, thank you for your time and for this interview. How is the IBM seeing the evolvement of the cyber threat, especially here in the Middle East?
Yeah, well, the cyber threat landscape is really getting worse, I'm afraid. Firstly, we have much more complexity happening globally in most organizations in terms of implementation of new exciting things like AI. What that means is that organizations' IT environments are getting more complex. That affords more opportunity for attackers. So the threat landscape actually is becoming more complicated, more difficult to deal with. Now, here at IBM, we produce the cost of data breach report, and that actually gives some statistics. So if we think about the Middle East, the average cost of a cyber incident in our latest report is 27 million Saudi riyals. So it gives you some idea. These are very big things when things go wrong. It costs a lot. So the threat landscape is getting more complicated, more difficult to deal with, and is very costly when things go wrong. And here in the Middle East, specifically, there's some sectors like oil and gas, for example, and energy that are targeted very heavily as well. So specifically in the Middle East, there's quite a bit that organizations have to be really aware of and really focused on to ensure that they're not victims of these types of attacks.
How do you see that, how the regulatory bodies are responding to this threat, especially here in Saudi, if you have had the chance to follow up this experience here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I have to say that the Saudi 2030 vision, the inspiring vision that exists here in the Kingdom, means that there's a big change in the digital infrastructure nationally. And of course, with that comes the regulation that is happening. And we see the National Cyber Authority, the NCA, and other agencies here in the Kingdom really being right at the forefront of thinking about regulations. Humane, for example, in terms of how AI is being looked at in the Kingdom. All of these things that are happening mean that the Kingdom is really thinking hard about how to get the regulation right to help businesses and to really ensure that they can then really benefit from the technical advancements that are happening and really realizing the 2030 vision. And here at IBM, we've really been working with those agencies lockstep throughout formulating the vision and really helping where we can, bringing our global expertise to ensure that those bodies, those regulatory bodies, can be right at the forefront to really enable organizations to be equipped to realize the exciting 2030 vision here in the Kingdom.
We're going through a digital transformation. We're getting more people online. So this needs some more cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. What do you think is the most urgent challenge here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I think one of the things that's working really well, and here at IBM we're working with MCIT, for example, to increase capacity and skills. So with MCIT, we're building 100,000 new skills here in the Kingdom. So really making sure that people understand not only how to, in my world, defend against the type of risks that come with, for example, things like AI, but also really making sure that those skills can be deployed to really embrace and take advantage of the new technology as well to realize the 2030 Saudi vision.
Speaking about AI, do you think it's helping or complicating this challenge?
Well, Abada, that's a great question. Both. So firstly, when it comes to attackers, we see that they are now starting to use AI tooling against us. And so a really good example of that we see, for example, is with phishing emails. So, we're all used to getting phishing emails, and they used to be badly worded and everything. Now that's going away. Now we look at phishing emails. Threat actors are using AI to generate phishing emails. So that's a really small example, but a really important example where most of us can see really realistically what's happening today in terms of how attackers are using AI tools. But there's many other things that they use AI for as well. On the defensive side, it really gives us an accelerated way to deal with that complexity that I was talking about before. So what that really means is we see things like where we are deploying in IBM our agentic AI that now speeds up our ability to respond to alerts over twice as fast as we've done in the past, and to be more accurate as well. So it's really taking, with our agentic AI here at IBM, our ability to help our clients speed up, be more accurate, and stay one step ahead of the attackers. So that AI and use of it defensively is really foundational and important to defend against the type of attacks that we're seeing.
Great insights, Mr. Mark. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
At the recent Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit in Tianjin, Russia and China advanced the Power of Siberia 2 gas pipeline, signing a key memorandum between Gazprom and CNPC. The project routed through Mongolia is designed to supply 50 BCM a year, nearly the same volume once set to Germany via Nord Stream 1. For Russia, this is a strategic reorientation of gas exports away from Europe towards Asia post the Ukraine war. For China, Power of Siberia 2 strengthens long-term energy security by diversifying pipeline imports alongside LNG. However, critical commercial details remain open. Until those are resolved, the pipeline's geopolitical significance might outweigh its immediate commercial reality. With me to discuss the strategic and market ramifications of this new pipeline is Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Tatiana, thank you for coming on the show. And let's begin with this. China is one of the two biggest LNG importers in the world this decade and is forecast to lead LNG demand growth in the years to come as it switches from coal to gas. Although gas will not flow in the Power of Siberia before the 2030 at least, how can it change the game for the global LNG markets, particularly for US LNG projects waiting for final investment decisions?
Thank you, Nasser, and thank you for inviting me and for great question. Indeed, a Power of Siberia 2, even without real contract signed, starts already to change the global LNG market game and all the perceptions of the market players, first of all. Just a little bit of historical perspective. We are now approaching to the third large LNG wave of new projects. The first wave was like 100 BCM, the second wave was 200 BCM, the third wave is 350. So the market is already preparing to a huge gas glut. The prices are supposed to go down to the benefit of the customers, but the competition will be really fierce. And in this very situation, when suddenly the market learns that probably post-2030 there will be additional 50 BCM of pipeline gas from Russia to China to the key growth area, this means that probably certain projects that are now approaching FID will not see the future. They will not become bankable because banks are also investigating the market realities, assessing supply-demand balance, and they will see that it will be extremely difficult to get their money back. So certain projects in the US, first of all, might be put on hold, but also the others struggling to attract financing and to proceed, like in Mozambique, for example. For them, it's really bad news, though, as you've mentioned at the very beginning, there is no real deal at the moment. It's just expectations, but you know how the expectations can affect markets.
Of course, Tatiana, the memorandum, although set to be binding, lacks any details, which means further negotiations are forthcoming. What are the contract parameters that you would be looking for, and who or which party you think has the upper hand on each of those factors?
Well, a short spoiler, China has.
Absolutely.
Obviously, everywhere. Russia desperately needs this project, first of all, for the geopolitical reasons, but also to somehow monetize gas, which became stranded after real termination of relationship with the European countries. So this memorandum, it has the volume, 50 BCM, as you've mentioned. It has the route fixed via Mongolia, and Mongolia has confirmed and is really interested in proceeding with this project. What is missing is, first of all, price, the key parameter. And here, as far as I can see from all the rumors and leakages, you know, it's always very confidential issue. But the key bargaining is between the price, this price similar to Power of Siberia 1, This is a request from Gazprom. It is oil-linked, but it is actually at the moment the cheapest imported gas that China has. Mm-hmm. So it is already several times cheaper than the price Gazprom had in Europe. But China is requesting even lower price for the second pipeline. They are actually talking about the price equal to the Russian domestic gas tariff for the industrial consumers, which is about $120 per 1,000 cubic meters. It's like $1.5 per MMBtu. It is extremely low. So somewhere in this range, they will find a balance. The second key parameter is take-or-pay volume. So the volume that a customer is obliged to pay for, whether takes it or not. In normal contracts, in most standard, it's about 80-85%. In this case, China is insisting on just 50% take-or-pay level, which is extremely low, and which means that China would be able to offtake just 25 BCM out of this 50 BCM capacity and keep the rest as an emergency insurance in case if it needs additional gas. But it also means that the period of payback for Russia is becoming much longer. When you cannot predict the load, it's really quite challenging. The third issue is financing. Who will pay for the pipeline construction? Obviously, China will finance the segment on its own territory, but who will pay for the Russian segment? For Power of Siberia 1 and for another pipeline to China from Russia, which is called Far Eastern Route, it is Gazprom, which is paying everything. China refused in 2014 to provide any loans or any advanced payment for this construction. For Power of Siberia 2, there was an indication from Alexei Miller, CEO of Gazprom, that they are discussing these financing issues. What will be the result? I do not know, but it is really important for the project economics, at least for the Russian side. And fourth, last but not least, of course, it's timing. When exactly they are planning to start? Russia was ready back in 2023. They've prepared already all the project documentation, all the permits, everything. But China, as you see, is not in a hurry. It's like postponing the project. And probably, though we are discussing early 2030s, it can go further to the right. It can be postponed for another 5 years, as it happened with Power of Siberia 1, which took 10 years for China to make a final decision and to really start the project. So these four key uncertainties, which means that there is a lot of further tough negotiations forthcoming.
Surely. But how can the Power of Siberia 2, Tatiana, make China a bigger swing player in the global gas markets once that pipeline gets built and gas starts to flow?
Excellent question, and it refers to this take-or-pay condition which I've mentioned. So if China will succeed to obtain 50% take-or-pay level, then it means that it will have 25 BCM of flexible capacity. That's a lot. And even without vast underground storages, China will be able to play in the market. It will have this arbitrage between pipeline gas from Russia and LNG all over the world. And if you add to that the fact that during the past few years, Chinese companies have built incredibly efficient trading capacities, both in oil and in gas, that means that they will be able actually to, manipulate the market. Yeah, they will have this flexibility. They will be able either to resell LNG cargoes that they do not need, as it was happening back in 2022, or when this undemanded LNG was going to Europe and actually saved Europe from a real gas collapse after Russian gas flows stopped. Or it is happening right now. Yeah, this LNG goes to Europe, the one that China doesn't need, because actually, though, at the very beginning, you've mentioned that China is the biggest and fastest growing LNG consumer in the world. The last year wasn't really good enough. So Chinese LNG imports actually went down. So there are also some concerns about future China's gas demand. And if Chinese buyers are negotiating now with any LNG producer, what they say is, we will have, let's say, $1.5, $2 per MMBtu for Russian gas. So what can you propose us? What is your value proposition in this case? Yeah, so it's a lot of bargaining
Gives them a
power.
lot of leverage, indeed.
Exactly.
Tatiana, let's move from the market implications to the strategic implications. Strategically, vis-a-vis the United States, what does POS2 mean from Russia's standpoint, especially after the overtures from Trump and the Alaska summit between Trump and Putin?
Well, the broader context of all these dances between Putin and Trump is, I think, led by Trump's desire to split China and Russia strategically, because this alliance is really becoming threatening. Russia having not only enormous resources, not only energy, but also materials, minerals, everything, and nuclear weapons, and China with all its economic and military capacity. That already looks like quite a frightening bloc. So agreeing to give some concessions via Ukraine, sanctions, Trump seemed to be hoping to actually attract Putin to the other side. And their Alaska summit, when they've mentioned different Arctic economic cooperation projects and all this stuff, it looked like a signal that probably Putin is turning to the US. But 10 days later, with all these Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit rhetorics, with the military parade, which Putin also attended, and with Power of Siberia 2 memorandum, for me it looks like a clear signal that Putin has chosen China's side at the moment. Maybe he is waiting for additional concessions from the US. Maybe it is like the final word. We will see. But for China, which was very slow to confirm this memorandum, by the way, on the official level, while Russia immediately started to celebrate, China was not actually confirming for a period. So China definitely leaves some window for further negotiations, both with Russia and with the US. So it's this big trilateral geopolitical game ongoing.
Okay, so despite, Tatiana, China having the upper hand on the POS2 negotiations, isn't it safe to say that China also does need Russian gas, given that the US LNG is stuck in that trade war currently taking shape between Washington, D.C. and Beijing? Also, Qatar LNG is susceptible to the Hormuz closures in any future wars on Iran. And furthermore, Australian LNG is not so politically dependable either for China. So does Beijing need to secure the reliability of the Russian piped gas, especially before Putin could be swayed by Trump towards the West with promises of sanctions, relief, and so on? Do you think this is what finally moved the needle for China on the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline?
Exactly, Nasser. That is our reading. So we were asking ourselves at Columbia, why now? What changed? For so many years, China was actually putting this project on hold, and now suddenly they decided to make quite a significant step, though not final, but still As you've mentioned, first of all, Iran-Israeli war and this threat of Hormuz closure, it really became quite a wake-up call for Chinese authorities, who were always very much preoccupied by energy security, but now it was so close that they started to reassess reliability of the supplies from the Gulf. Then the U.S. trade war. And again, during the last year, actually, China stopped importing U.S. LNG. They've already basically refused from it. So, as I've mentioned, there is a lot of LNG around the world forthcoming in the next couple of years. So I think China will be able to replace the U.S. LNG by the other suppliers, but they need an insurance. They need some hedge. And therefore, Power of Siberia 2, though it's not absolutely the must for Chinese gas balance at the moment, it's something like nice to have, just in case, just to be sure that if there is maritime blockade, either in Hormuz or in the China Sea, if anything happens with the pipeline gas, which is going through common border and through Mongolia, you don't expect any big problems. And as the world is becoming more fragmented and confrontational, it seems to be a smart move from China's side. And also don't forget about price. It will be very cheap gas, which will support China's industrial policy and global competitiveness. So China is not losing anything, but it wins quite a lot.
Tatiana, fascinating, of course, discussions with regards to the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline, what it means for the markets and strategically for both China and Russia vis-a-vis the West. Thank you so much for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts. Tatiana Mitrova, Research Fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.